Okay, hello everyone. We are here one more week of light languages and collective healing intentions. I'm Ismael Rodriguez and I'm surrounded of beautiful, beautiful light beings. We are creating this sacred space to bring energy, love to the planet and raise the vibration to ease all these massive changes that we are experiencing all together. And let's see what happens. Everything is spontaneous, but we are going to start today with a grounding meditation that is going to be guided by Erin. So whenever you like, Erin, let's go ahead. And then we will proceed after that with the blessings. The blessings to clear the space and to protect the space also.
Beautiful. Thank you. Merci. Oh, I spoke French. That was Tawa. Merci.
That was influence.
Yes. Okay, everyone. So if you'd just like to take one nice deep breath, just do a nice falling out breath and just let the day go. Just at your own pace, just kind of settling in. I really call this type of breath coming down the slide because you're coming into your body. So and just let yourself settle. And then when you feel comfortable, just begin to breathe at your own rhythm, at your own pace, whatever feels good for you. And just enjoy a couple breaths like this. And then whenever you're ready, I'd like you just to focus upwards with your consciousness and just imagine a beautiful energy that is you, your higher self. It's connected to source, it's divine love, and allow this to come down all around you like a rain shower. So you can imagine this energy to be any color that speaks to your heart. And if you can't decide on a color, you can use a rainbow frequency. I have kids here, so don't mind the noise. Just continue on with the process. And so just allow this beautiful energy to come down all around you and allow it to begin to come down and begin to touch the top of your head and coming into your crown chakra. Just allow it to integrate down into the crown. And then we do have some kids in the room, so girls, we're going to do a meditation. Just calm down, nice and calm. Okay. Okay, and then okay, so I'm guiding a meditation.
I can sit on.
How about you just wait one moment? Okay, so let's just calm down in just a moment and then we'll get into it. So as you allow this beautiful frequency down into that crown chakra, allow it now to come into your forehead, really clearing your third eye chakra. Okay, really rebalancing your brain, helping you to feel nice and balanced. And allow this frequency to come down even further into your face.
Whatever my mom is
Allow it to relax your cheeks. Allow it to come down and relax your jaw. And just feel that beautiful frequency as it clears your energy centers on the way down. Allow this energy now down your neck and into your throat chakra, clearing that beautiful throat chakra, helping you to feel beautifully strong and clear in your energy. And just allow this energy to continue down and into your chest. It's okay, girls. And allow it to go down into your heart chakra now and allow this beautiful frequency to really balance your heart chakra, okay? And it feels really nice and clear. And then we allow this frequency to come down into the solar plexus, down just above that belly button area, really clearing and balancing your solar plexus. And just continue with this beautiful frequency down into your sacral. Okay. And then we're going to allow this energy into the root chakra now. Really touching that root chakra to really clear and balance your grounding center. And then we're going to focus on your hips and allow this energy into your hips. And we're going to continue to run this energy down your legs. So allow the energy and just feel it coming down your thighs and over your knees and down your calf muscles and your shin bones and into your ankles.
Stop it.
And down your feet. And once it reaches your feet, allow this energy to fill your feet completely. Every last toe is full of this beautiful divine frequency. And then with your imagination, just imagine your feet flat on top of Mother Earth and allow the energy from your soles of your feet to begin to descend and create roots down into the earth. And allow this energy to continue down deeper and deeper into the beautiful earth. We're going to imagine those roots growing past all the different layers of the mantle, all the different layers of the crust, all the different aquifers, all the way down deeper and deeper and deeper until you reach the core of Mother Earth. And down at the core of Mother Earth, there's a very, very beautiful frequency. And it feels like mom. It feels like mother love. It feels all welcoming, all accepting. It feels warm. It's unconditional love. We are all Mother Earth's children, and she loves all of us so much, and she welcomes you here, and she provides grounding and support. And with that knowing, Mother Earth sends her beautiful frequency back up your roots. So just imagine a beautiful frequency from Mother Earth now climbing back up your root center. And allow this beautiful energy to come up and up and up your roots until it reaches your feet again. Yatalia kriti ayusayomala troto eshe kiyanta isayomala toeshe. Allow this beautiful energy from the earth now to enter your feet and to fill your feet completely with this beautiful, grounding, nourishing energy from the earth that is here to heal and balance your physical body, because our biology and our physicality is important to look after. And so allow this energy now to come from your feet and up into your ankles. Allow this beautiful energy from your ankles now to come up your calf muscles and your shin bones. Allow this beautiful energy up over your knees and up your thighs. Allow the energy now to go into your hips. And allow this beautiful energy to embrace your root chakra, grounding and protecting you and allowing you to feel safe here on planet Earth. You are held and you are protected by our beautiful mother, and she heals your root chakra and allows you to feel balanced and grounded in this moment. And just allow this beautiful energy to come up another level to the sacral chakra just below your belly button, and allow this beautiful energy from Mother Earth to truly heal your sacral, allowing you to feel joy, allowing you to feel the joy of creation here on this planet and the joy of play. And just allow this beautiful energy now to come up to the solar plexus. And as it reaches your solar plexus, you feel strong and you feel very courageous and you feel very aligned and you feel like you have a lot of integrity when it reaches that solar plexus, allowing you to feel worthy, allowing you to feel your own self-worth in this moment. Mother Earth is sending so much love and support to the solar plexus. And just whenever you're ready, allow this energy up into the heart center. And as it reaches your heart center, these two beautiful energies from above and below are now connected in this beautiful balanced energy. The two beautiful frequencies are now harmonizing together to create a beautiful balance of as above, so below. You are now connected in balance. And as these two energies in your heart harmonize, allow it to now expand from your heart and into your chest, coming up your chest and into your shoulders, really allowing this harmonic energy from the earth and from the divine to really balance your system out at this time. You can allow this energy up into your shoulders and down your arms, and allow it to just flow out your arms. There's no limit to this energy. It is abundant. It's still coming down from above and it's still coming up from below. Allow it just to wash anything that no longer serves you. It can just leave your body with ease and grace. Really allowing you to feel safe and supported, full of this unconditional love from above and below. And now coming back from that area and into your chest, we're going to allow the energy from your chest to go into your belly, just really filling up every part of you. Allow this energy all over your body, wherever you need extra healing, wherever you feel needing extra support. Feel free to move this energy wherever it needs to go. And now there's a beautiful, gentle reminder that you do not end at your physical body. You have a whole aura around you. Your aura is as big as your arms are when they are stretched out to each side. And so the energy from above is still coming into your aura, and the energy from below is still filling your aura from below. And the two energies are harmonizing within your aura, and it supports your physical body. It supports your emotional body. It supports your mental body and your astral body and your causal body, and every other etheric layer of your light body is now fully saturated in this beautiful harmonic healing frequency that is very protective and grounded. It's very balanced, and it's the perfect harmonic frequency for your biology to support all these higher frequencies that are coming into this earth. And so at this time, I would like to thank you all so much for following along. And whenever you're ready, you can begin to just wiggle your fingers and wiggle your toes and slowly open your eyes whenever you're ready. And you're still connected and grounded. You're nice and safe, and you are being held by the planet and held by this earth. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. That was
Sorry
your daughter, no?
Yeah, the daughter with the bowl.
Perfect timing. Takua, taua, chikua, kata,
I
ishwa.
hope smudges the camera.
So Tawa, you want to thank you so much, Erin. Thank you so much, beautiful beings, for collaborating also with the ball. And yes, Tawa, you want to go ahead with
Yes.
the blessing?
First, thank you very much. Such a blessing to all the children to give us blessing, to don't take ourselves too seriously. So that's what I was getting from them. It's like,
Yes.
this
Yes.
playful, it's all right, you know. It's like, and Erin, brilliant the way you ended it and went with the flow. That was brilliant, because it guided us into that direction of flowing with what was coming. So thank you.
Without worrying, without having to do things in a perfect way, like we are programmed to make things in a perfect way, or believing that we are disturbing everyone. And no, we are not. We are not disturbed at all. The contrary, I think we feel blessed, like Tawa says, "Taku shoaka tishana kwata." Welcome. Many more children and teenagers are welcome. Always. Tisha waka chiawana wa. Tawa, sorry.
It's all right. Okay, we go with a bit of drumming, and light language will come along.
Any way you like.
Yeah.
Freedom, freedom.
Mayata wayakaya lanata sha. Masu mayakaya lanata tamayato. Nayata kaya lanata nata sunakaya tanato tumayatana. Mashumaya kaya lanata tatamaya kaya lanata tamasawaya kanata tamaya katanata su. Amaya kaya lanata noto. Umaya kaya lanata nata sumanata kaya tanata sa. Amaya kaya lanata anata su ayakata. Amaya kaya lanata nata shuhu mayata nataka. Mayata sawayata mayaka atanaka. Nakuye lanata nata sukai anata nata shuh. Amaya kui lanata kuf. Amasaya ana ayakui lanata ta ayaka anata amayata. Nataka uy lanata. Thank you, blessing everyone. Thank you.
Hatua chaka. Thank you so much, Tawa. We miss you. We really miss you. Hatua chakwa tia tiwaka o tichuaka.
So, Mayakwai era na Veluvia.
Oof. Oh my God. This is beating fast, beating very fast. Patrick. Oof.
Oh yeah, oh wow. Me too. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, your chest is gonna explode, no?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. Oof.
Yeah. Okay.
Chawachikwa.
Mikara kikira tereshi kura shetara kukara mehitra kore kira kohitra. Nyanya takaro kitara kirkoshi nimina nana itara kuramano kikuro yamana tara hitra kahita. Yoshishua heya takayomaka o hita hiwa ya. Moi yoshishua aya yu ya ya. Namaki koshuna maka iti akaya. Much love, koriti shua daya. Bye.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Watanikwaka. Shawakara. Now it's brother Wesley.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Aaron. That was lovely. Kiwa sata mua iakana kua saua e ya maia o wakatua e a ua e a ua e a ua e a ku wakana e a o watau wai ya mamu wai uo mu wakana i yasasu waku wai mu wakununu wai yu wasu wai mu wakana yu mu wakaninu yu waku tu mu wakana wa tu wa kene wa mu wakata wa tata wa ma wa tata wa kata to wa mu wasana akana we ya wa Kua sata nana ua ta muaka. Kunua iata ua sa ua ta kini ua. Pawa iea maia kua suata. Pawaia kano uata ma uata. Pawasa tua kine yo uata na ia ma waka moaka na ia mama moaka na ma ia uata na. Mawata yakana huakana kini kiyo wa suka sua ia ma muaka ma ia wa muaka mama ya wa bawasa tuaka kinoa nuaka na ia wa uakana uata kinoa suata. Thanks very much. Sauya kinoa ia wa Boaka tua saya sama maya kuaka kunia kiniwa kuna kuaya payawa mawa.
Thank you, brother. Wata, yuaka, showa. And now, beautiful connection to go straight away to Wilma. Katu shawa naka woti tiana kawati tiana. Connection with the ancestors.
Durishnar torna arkiera torna shukhnarkia arnaka. Sonarkia karnawaya tena shnuatiana hai. Noroya no. Sonoya noya. No. Darshinar kieratora no, Krishtar kierato, Darshiri artorna akarishtakarna akarcha, Suhine achin uka, Tichinukunuka, Kitukunaka, Katushna kanaki, Dukwashtakaniatagi, no orisha sahatata, Rishtakani atumr istantria, Sohriniatia, Huishachenia watia, Hetinia ye, Shohuna. Aritiera Kushnar Kirana, Ahenar Artorna, Sohrna Artene, Ainetiana Oatiana, Sunayata Enete, Mahanatuana Tianawa, Sinitiwan Akaiti, Sohna Atishnawata. Blessings.
Wow. Thank you. Hatu shuakatush na aka orona rukut oakata shukwakata nta shukwak. Thank you so much. Takwa. And now is Brother Luis. Oof.
Matuna taya shita mota ka iete tukwata. Mutoa taya na to shoto to ana. Mutoa ya takaya na tuata. Mota ka iata u to. Muana taya ka uata mutoa ka. Moshiam tete oam. Teo amana tuana ieta. Mosayana tosaka na tuana tauamana taieto kuana. Moakayana tosakayana. Kauamana toaka. Kauaka iana toaka. Mokoana taya kauata. Motosayana taiyaka. Kauama tauana. Motoakayana tosoana. Motoakayana toaka. Motoasaya to kuanata kuanata. Makuanato kuanato swanata. Motoakayana toata. Matawana toakayana. Kauanataya kauanata.
Kauana taua taka ie to ana. Matuana kaya tokuana. Matua kaiana tauana. Tauana takuana taiata. Motuaka ie ni toana. Mutuana tauaka ie te wanata. Mutuana tauaka ie atana tuata. Thank you.
Obrigado, brother. Tishavaka, Ushua. And now is Melissa.
My own little transfer. Thank you, everyone. That was beautiful. Arinitia koshototaya renitia kotoya reshikana totoya reniti si ti orosho kotatea. Iamana tasho kotatia roshana tati mokota yara tate tia rosho kototayara. Ianatasha kono toto yare shikanatati koto to yare shikata. Ianatasha koto to yare shikanata shukopoto teya. Akata tio moko shiriniti arashototayama. Iakashina tati oshonototo yare shikanata tia mora tatata. Ianatasha kiniti moko totaya shinitia. Ianata shakanato toya reshanata te amaranata. Iarata te are shikati te are totoyara. Iarada tatayara tatayoko shakata te moko shukotayara. Iamara shakata te ara shata tatayara shakati. Amanata shakoto toyara nate shikata arototoyama. Eanitia reshakata tayara toto yara makata tiaro toto yama kashaka ikia reshana enati shikiniti amakashanate eareshakapati ara moto tayare shikata tia pokotaya e areniti ke ariti arita mate shukoto tayare akashakata tia kototo yara shakata tiaro kototo yara. E kiara kotayara shakatia mokotayare ako kokore kekeara shokotaya maka shokonate akatata yate tearo shokototo mayanete eaka shanata mokototea manata shokoto no toteare shakamaka shokoto o wai kiasha katatia mokotoyeniti koro totoya. Thank you.
Thank you, Meli. We miss you as well. Kawatishawa. That was so lovely, so lovely. And also helping with the grounding a lot and expanding the energy in the group. Taka utishawa inaka usta naka utishi uko ata intaka anti iniaka erin hawaka chua tikara.
Okay, so these girls, I think, want to just say a few words first. So
Nope.
not yet. Not first. Would you like to say first, or do you want me to go? It's how about I go, and then if you feel comfortable.
Okay.
Okay.
Shiana Trandalio Suve Kriya Sayusalea Shomalai Sayanuto Shehana Trandali Shayono Sayamalantratayo Suvayandra Kuvaindranti Trantayole Kiyaya no Sayanoto Shivaya ya 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 Shivaya ya 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 Shekia Yamalaya Noto Seinale Yantrante Osu Shai Shai Suvayama Suvayama Inatrati aise yomaya trati aise kiyanda idioso eshe yanda yotroto eshe kiya seiya ya soko troto eshe yanda ise yoma reiki ya yaso eshe.
Do I have to do it with boots? Can I just
Thank you so much, Erin. Tachuwa, Huswa, Tikawa, Tis Akoro, Ot Akoronta Iso, Turua, Ast Akant Intara, Otarak Ast, Ot Kio Batakara, Kara Kiushoa, Utakata Itaka, Tukumata Katima, Tush Aka, Ot Aineta Ako. Takakumate ketikumata ote isoa tanak mek tekiuma takakumate kaku takaumate kiuma takakumata katete ikumate takatutete tekiuma tekiti aku ot it ant akumat et ot ak atikumat ote ke umak ates Takumata itikuma. Homakata takumata. Isho okakata. Chushu a. Taka umata ki umakat. Isho astako. Anaka umete ki kuwako. Taka. Tushukwa. Taka mama mama chu. Taka. Uku. It. At. Ist. It. At. Shit. Setete taka, te sete kima. Tak. Takakuma takiuma, tikakuma. Takamama mama tuku tikikawa, kateche utak. Umat eki, umete kima. Taka upa taka ish ak oreneki wo. Ha makata ha. Hakatu mama makatahi. Hata. Hata tuota. Techoku ota. Hata. Hota kakoma. Homa tatakoma maisha. Utu. Uataka kuntana. Isteneku hukuta. Shok. Tukuan tekiuma. Chekiku hutuota. Shekiku kutukuate. Chakra. Takawamakache stiku si shawakata. Anekete ki oteki shukuote. Anakuota se ti aka. O ti sa tu tukua. Isheneki uku kua tichakua. te 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 wakata. Aste te 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 kukuitia. Shaka nakata. Hara nakata. Hunurokoaka. Sakua nakata ishawa. Anakata. Osana. Hata. Shua. Sechuaka. Tiwa. Suniaka untaishua. Shewaka tisona kota. Thank you. Hatuata. Thiwa kisanare shutiki wama. Onete kiyustini kiwoko. Tishuko. Tushuko. Shukua. Shukutu. Tikuata. Teke wakate shoko tuinakatana wata. Washana wuhanakawote shokwa. So amazing, because they are really having like a party in the other dimensions from having us all here. Takuo sati tikuo teoshuti, and they're super happy. Shawanaki anakuteti anakatu shoa teki waka. Satuo teki tutuaka. Shawana tika wata shikiana. And yeah, let's proceed with the intentions. And Tawa, we started like a few weeks ago to share the intentions, but we are going to start like having an intention for ourselves and then asking for intentions or setting up intentions for others. The reason why we started doing it this way is to activate the receiving part of ourselves, that part of ourselves that we have is still like, let's say a little bit not that active. We are really capable of sending love, doing anything for anyone, but it's much harder to receive. So let's start activating that side of ourselves that we find difficult to ask things for ourselves. So let's start by asking something for ourselves, tika watina na, and then for anybody else. It can be thousands of things, anything that you like for yourself, a list of things that you like for yourselves, and then for others. Tikwa pa shuana. If you are at home, please do the same, because these light languages are going to be supporting also your intention. Tawaneki wana, tawatiana.
My intention would be really to send healing to all our part of, like, for me, is like all my part of my children, my childhood, almost like not really get my childhood, my all those moments where I fall and I thought it was such big things, to heal really all those parts who misunderstood the kind of the reality was experiencing. So yeah, childhood, really getting to that space and bringing back that joy that I can see on the children, you know, like playing next to Erin, that joy I can see when I see my children. I see children all over the world. So it's sending healing to the children, myself, all ourselves included. So on a playful way, not being too serious about it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Shawatikwa, Tisha.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And now it's Patrick.
Okay, for myself, I'll have to receive more grounding, self-love, release of stark energies, and release of ego from the old life. And for the collective, a deeper connection and understanding of our higher selves, peace and love and joy on all levels, and deeper connect to all DNA aspects. Yutra Ikirakataka.
Turu Guatar Iniarak. Satun Tukwara. Thank you, brother. Now, Wesley.
Kunuata, Kuniwa, Suata, Kinu, Aia, Tata, Kunoa. For me, just being Suna Tata, Kiniwa, Tuata, Kiniwata, Tu, Asai, Kanuaka. Just bring in more awareness to certain situations that are involved in at the moment. Kunua, Siwa, Iwa, Kiniwa, Tuyawa, Tiniyaku, Tata. To bring in more deeper aspects of kuna siwa multitasking roles. Su aki yakana sao yakanu akino yatuata. And just bringing the ability to integrate kuna suyata tuyata kiniyawata with more suana kuata harmonious understandings. Suaka, kiwa, umoka, neyewa, suata. That's for myself for the current moment. For humanity, sua kia muaka nia sua kia ua tai iawa ta tuata tana kiniwa suyata. Just having to bring in sua kia ta tuata to bring in the level of awareness of the tributaries that are running through us. That is such kuna io kua sa iwa tuata. So expansive that we remember kunua tiwa kunua siwa aiya ka tatua ka kiniwa suwa, the multi-dimensional aspects of ourselves, suayata, and just connecting back into the heart drive. Kunuya suyata uayata, just back to the heart. Hua ka tiwa suata ta tuna kiniwa suata kiniwa sua ea mawa kia ea aya muaka kina ia ua suata muyata ta kini wata uata ia ua suata. Yeah, skunya suyawa kini wata. Yeah, it's beyond my even sua kini wata. Thanks very much. Sua piwa.
Thank you, Rad.
Thank you.
Tikwa. Wilma.
Thank you. For myself, actually, a little bit of physical healing, because as you know, I've recently moved house, so the body's been doing a lot of things it's not used to doing. Got a little bit of back strain going on, so I'd like some physical healing there. For the collective, heart opening, recognition and understanding of the true beings that they really are, acknowledging the connection that they have with Source, and not allowing ego to control their minds, but to lead their lives through their heart and allow it to be ever expanding. Thank you.
Thank you, love. Thank you. Tasu Tsuwaka Shunwara. Erin.
Okay, so for myself, I'll be asking for the energy, just the support and the courage to really step forward into my purpose more, and to really step out and hold that space that I know is being asked of me. And I feel ready, but just really, truly, that support is so appreciated. And for the collective, I'm calling in more balance between these extremes and duality to kind of bring in that balance and that harmony, as I mentioned kind of earlier with that theme of harmony. So really balance and harmony for the collective, coming back into center and unity. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Jacob.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay,
yeah, probably getting out of the heavy wheel of system that crushes all of us, and may you find joy. Padi sila hanita maku sila tata si awi.
Hatu natu shikua teish naka wa nisa nakua ta shenkia waka. It's nice to hear you, brother. Hatisha wa naku so antakawa sawata.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now it's Khadija.
Okay, for myself, I ask to receive expanded consciousness, awareness, and intuition and guidance. And for the collective, I pray to see more harmony, understanding, and love in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Khadija. Thank you. That's so too quiet. Thank you. And now it's Luis.
Matana uata sayata sauana. Mata uata seto ko taiata. Toso mata ie seta. Mota ie sata ota usa iata. Matayas
tutun takawana ustutuno ana. Katun tistana ustiana ustana.
Intentions for myself, unconditional love, becoming aware of my power to choose what's best for myself, awareness of limiting beliefs and limiting situations and getting free, ending cycles, renewal, mataya santoana, mutuasa tauama, taiesa tototoana, musuana, kauta ka ieteiteana, musantitana, mukuatayana, tosuana, tauaka. And for humanity, that we can get out of illusions and kind of like Jacob said, like getting out of the wheel of samsara, the system, and recognizing like the divine power, the divine essence in us, and paying attention to what is real, what is our soul calling us, that we can hear it. Matayana tu soama, mutuana iataka uata.
That's right.
Yes. Thank you, that's it.
Atuaka ututu itishuana, tistana umna, akatutu kuata, sunu utuku tiana. It's like your light languages pull these light languages from inside myself, like shawaka utata utana. They want to come out. Tishawana kusunu kushuana. Seneti Kiyamana. If you are at home watching this video and some of our brothers have mentioned already what you were thinking to ask for, say as well, mention it like with your inner voice, because by doing so you open that door. By doing so you create you open the portal to receive whatever you are asking for and requesting. Taku in tanak ust in narak oru. If a brother or sister already mentioned that Innaka is gonna be collaborating and supporting that intention that you also set, but do it also yourselves at home, because you're gonna be opening that door of allowing the love and energy to come in and everything to manifest. Tisha umtara akukututuna. Most of you have said already all the ones I wanted to say. Sorunaka anatinaka wanta. And when I get to my turn, it's gonna sound a little bit repetitive, but I'm gonna still say takun ta nakwa tishawana, because you open that in your Santa Kawa Teshu Kus Ainaka Sawanata. Thank you, Luis. Hanarako, thank you. Takoa Teshua. And now is Alana. You want to go ahead with your intentions? Takoa Teshua. Hasu.
Wayapatitra sipraipa puraipata sikraupa ipa yapashitu yapura yamudustu yaparipa ipateyo puratisia pura keamatasi etesatitire seprade siabada sudra diusha kedra sikatara siku maria patia Uatidra sakitra shekuma ibrate sibreto suma iperete skremia pepo ibume umaima moe pashimaima leho le male hila kila hemaluku uyamu koyama kelukula le kima uyape imale le kuma epeta kimatra sakatatitra sakatatikra sikra Kiatata sakatigara sakatitra. Hidra sakatidra saketodra sakidra sejo mudra sakidra esetirastra. Kidra sakidra sekumadre sikumaje kuma epuyumu. Kumakra isaketa seremela emotusu kubaraipa mauma. Yemushu bareme mima puama. Teoma de samiama. Tuzakima, tiamate, tiama se shamu yamate, yami upuyamate, simuya vese gejimi duzikivano, kuvijanu ugavna dizuvagano, guvajikiamugu, kumagevekiano, kuvajikuvano, guva ivajagunu, Kuvujugunu kumu yamani amunu kuma imana kimana seya kashe kia makuya meseye kia makuya resaya makoro kumara siya bresia de colo moshalia meke Miame despredo kutame despredos dandes drades sikara katate tishu Te ama despreta kadi despredosi kadispra kita shakatitra sekatatitra sekama tia despreta katitra sekema desebra kiadra sekitra sekuma desprada kiabresu kuma desupura e patashikra muda imla kumu yameti naf camino kum tidra
What are your intentions, Alana?
Like I said it through light language.
Okay. Thank you, love. Thank you. And now is Melissa.
Hi. So for myself, I want to deepen my connection with the power within and send in more light into my shadows. And for the collective, if I may, this is a bit long-winded. I was jotting things down before I came on the call, but there was something that really hit me, and I feel like in this manifesting period with the portals and everything, that it really took me back. So there was this quote in the Course in Miracles, and it went, prayer must avoid the pitfall of asking to entreat, rather to receive what is already given and to accept what is already there. Remember who you are in the eyes of God, which my perception was, which is asking for things that you need and begging and pleading for things that you think that you lack. The gift of acceptance, we experience peace. If you continue to pray for what you need and continue to feel in lack, if you continue to beg and plead for what's missing, you are still focusing on what's missing. Our life is already in a beautiful, orchestrated, divine timing of everything. There is already a plan for all of us. Remember that everything is how it's supposed to be. We are living in the moment we once wanted. We are all here now. And then if we choose to remember that we are all divine beings, that we are all in this divine universe, that there is a God, that there is a source, that there is a life source energy, something that is unexplainable that moves through you, that on some level everything is happening for you, that everything is perfect, that every experience is a lesson or an opportunity to grow and an experience something new, to learn something new. Now we don't have to ask for anything. Now we're perfect as it is. And we all just need to pray for acceptance, so God can get to work in dissolving the emotion that is blocking you to see what is already given, or blocking you from the guilt and the shame that is preventing you from truly receiving the opportunity that's right in front of you, or offer forgiveness where there is anger and emotions that you don't want to hold. Now you're asking for a miracle in the now moment, which takes it away from the anxiety and the uncertainty of the future, that we are already living in abundance. So basically my intention is to ask for acceptance and realize that we're all very abundant already.
Thank you, Melissa. Perfect. I think that quote was so much meant to be said here. Taku Diana today tantus naka. I had 3 sisters during the day contacting me today, and the message that I downloaded was practically that one. Tisa umna sen nakat urma nakatain sin nakatuma naka sunna, and proof once again that we are all in resonance when we truly connect to source. Taka nakare tika o ti sama innataka tus annaka. They are reminders for us to get back to admitting that everything is perfect. Tishawa tiana urun taka setiana. So yeah, I want to ask, thank you, Meli. Hatun tishawana. And I want to ask for myself, for those moments that we are going in nowadays from one extreme to the other, from being in total connection to source to go straight away to the mind and thoughts and all that stuff. The same thing that Jacob asked for, the same thing that Luis asked, the same thing that Erin as well mentioned, no? Is balancing those two extremes so that we can link much better, discern those things that we don't need, and connect better those processes going so fast from the mind to the heart and from the heart to the mind, which there is a purpose, just like Melissa mentioned, there is a purpose on that. There is a reason so that society and humanity start realizing what has been going weird over the centuries and thousands of years in the history of humanity. So there are still a lot of brothers and sisters who still need the extremes so that they can see and discern that otherwise they don't get the awakening. And for those who are already awakened, we are reinforcing what we already know. So it's not that it's a reminder, like just Melissa just mentioned, no? We keep reminding ourselves, and by reminding ourselves and reflecting to each other, we make ourselves stronger. We make ourselves to stand stronger with everything that we are facing ahead. So I do ask for that energy that link the two extremes, and I ask for support so that I don't get too much into the mind when I'm in the mind, or too much into the high levels when I'm in the high levels, so that I can find the harmony. Taku tinti anakatus intaraun sanikio marakus antakana. And for humanity, I do ask for the same, and I join you in everything that you have asked for. Tako otas takaurma sentaranakusti kanata. So you are at home and you want to join this collective transmission of light languages, or if you don't speak the light languages, it is not an issue at all. You can do your prayers, just wish good for us all, and that will be more than enough. If you still feel like asking for more things or releasing more things from your system, please don't doubt in asking for yourself these things. Even if we start the transmission now and you still have things there to say, and to maybe focus and put some attention to it, do ask for that help, because you are opening, as we say before, that door for the support, so that energy can come to you and do the job that is needed. Taka ust intarak ostia. You give permissions so that they can access with the energy to your system. Taku tintiana, and support you and help you. Takust intarana. I also ask for the higher selves around the world to provide the feeling of connection, so that everybody can understand much deeper that they have everything they need, like Melissa mentioned, everything they need within themselves. Even though we have angels, even if we have extraterrestrial entities giving us a hand there, even though we have so much support from outside, to don't forget that you have all the power inside, and connect with it every day. Often we get a lot of information from outside. We keep moving that information in our mind, even in our heart, and then we forget that we have all that power to move everything. Sahutara tianaka sonakate siwanakatushnara wanatisa kukutushwa. When we mention that you can move mountains, it's because you literally can move mountains. Taka, but first you need to anchor your power. Takus and Naraku Osani Kianama Santinaka. So whenever you feel like it, please go ahead and let's do this collective beautiful transmission. Tako Tostua Aranakata.
Narawana taka iya na takuama, mutuana kaya takuana tawam, mutuaka iya na ta uama.
Tukupa tis o uku.
Ya kosho no taya kora na ta.
Tura aku tukuata.
Tati or tare shikata titi titi korosho. Tati mokoto ya.
Takupata. Ist ubabakats us narak akork and shoot kor.
Mataya na ta ukutut ut.
Atatawa, maya hua, sua yeawa, mau wata, kini, wakatata ye, wakata,
Mama chuoka tuata chuaka dianaka
Mataya na tumsuaka
waka shawaka tatu koto suata
waka utamana koto
waka ta suaka wataka kuata Tio amaka tuaka Tuku amaka tu mata tisha maka mata tu mata Tana kumata tachuku mama chuku mata kasho Taka ua mama taka mata kumata tia mama kate tukua mamata Kumamata kio mamata kumamatia mama Tua maka wata uia wamaya Takau makau mata ya nakau takau makata nana humana takau makau mata kumata numana umahish
Mataya
Takakumata kateshu aka Tachakuata Tachakuata rakusha tata shukusha
Nata shuko.
Tahumatas
Moto ya natoshi Kaya ya natoshi Anatawama Takaya Nato Akawamanatai
Anakahumana
Samaya kuira na takaya tanato tanaya kaya tanata swa Amawai ya kaya na tatuna takaya tanata tanato to Amasaya kaya kuira Maya kaya na tuto Amaya kaya sanata natatana tuto Anaya Mayata
Wakata wata So wakata
Sumaya kaya ranata tutuma kaya tanakuwi ranata
Sumaya kayata Nanakana heda kaumatane Ataka wakata ishawama
Wina kuita
Matane Agaura nare takumastaine Anakanuru makashaira Serana kunatare nakahu Unatare nakanatseraya Tatura ba jutsu tudu papa ishiku atachako ko atachaku tutuye mama Shawaka Ata tuchite tiku papa ishukuta Taku tsuchitaku patakai Ayanahi sunarana horaene Ora kahur narakantarana Una karuna serehunam Akanakum jashakum daram daso Tushukuaka sishuanaka seti guate chete shuku tutuku bembechta
Awatata kuatata maya suayata uyata
Ikara takara piyakara.
mama hua e yama.
Ikula kata kasheta.
Ia tua tai ia hua ia wa hua ta hua ka ia o hae mai ia.
Te koshona te koreta. Ya shakare te aromo to te are shakamo kotaya. E amare shana te komara shakayu kota. Eni te amo kotaya. E anata shukumare te amo kotaya. E kotaya. E amare no to te shaka te amoro tataya. E a kosha te komare te areta. E amare ni te o kutunoto i arete a ora patiaro como tudiana. Otaya rashana te kumare te okotaya. E a komare shenata te komara shanata te komare shoko totoyare te koretata. E a rumare. Ane totoyare shikana te ate mukoshi. Yarata tomoyanata. Yama shokotomea.
Tori kita katara kita katara kita katari. Matrasa ta kiro katara makataka.
Mataua kaia na tosia na pakua na to manaka ia to kuanata. Moto ia na motaia. Moto ia na tau ka kau ta ia ka to ia. Matua na tau ka.
Yatara kura katara kataka.
Turukuyaka. Tasuana, chia mama, kuatai, kawata, tia maka. Uja kawakata, chiwa katai, ataka kuata, chiana, kuata. Kuakata, tumanaka, kuata, nekewaka. Saku, tu, kuata, suana. Saku tu inaka waka. Tawaka I taku tu. Taturu mai atau bakau tanau mata chua kai tau te.
Sumaya kuya ni tuka takona
takawa mataka chu tata cha turia makas uti tetnara ka urnata ka ru
tuka yana na tuka ya tuka yana
Arana maturu mama tsusuturu paka.
Aiyana saya mena tayo itiahai atawa.
Megarara kutstik arok.
Arata or itham arator eraha.
Hasanar kahuarana.
Shihai uri arhar yahar ar.
Suraka sanar
kahuarana.
Yoshia taro era pro ti ar.
Sharakuran taka uho turuaka. Tuyaka. To yaka. kasu tu su
Matuya na mautana yata suamana taya katakuana tomana iyata kana yaka tau bana kau tuata saji ekwanaka tuaka iwata itanasa tuaka yana
tawarana umatarayu shakahunta sakatoso Chichawa, chichawa. Nara umara chichawa kakuta.
Manakika kurite kirabraha.
Amwaya kaya na shumaya kaya na kaya tunaya kaya na tunana kunana nasumaya kaya na tunata kaya na tashu amwaya la namataya kaya tanda ayuma yala na takata sunata sho ayala na takana tasu amaya tayo koyela na tanata Umaya tana kuayana nanga kuaya tana kumatate kataise umaya uata ki umaya aya kuernata umaya nata maya ka kuama iya waya wa maya ta uakasa iya wa iya tanata kinowa uata kinowa
Hanakawata.
Amaya tu suya kaya tu. Awaya kiyawa owa. Ayata ayatu iya nata shokaya tanata shuya. Ayata ayata no yoko ere nata suna yakaya tanata. Mayata tu na ere nata kanata to mayata suna. Shawayatu, Amayatu, Hirakayatu, Samayatu, Kiniwa, Omayata, Iyata,
Takomata te amakata tata tu.
Umaya Kaya, Mayata, Yama.
Hatakawata kiyaka.
Umaya, Mayata, Waya.
Tanakumakata humakata tachumakata chamakata. Tanakumata. Tanakumata takumata.
Sumaya tamuaya namaya maya. Sumaya nahaya maya manata masuya maya. Sumaya Sukaya kuata Sumaya ta kuya tanata sukaya Sumaya Uwasasa suwatata iwa iwa Uwakata kine uwa
Tanakumata takihu papakate shukutuaka.
Inawaya hua tata iwa tuaka nuwa tuwa uwa
kawana takuata ya matauana matakuata kaitana nota kaitana
Inawaya wata
Matau
Kawasata Huata
Matau dua manantai takuanata. Makuanata uataka motakai katai nata motakai te
Taka taka makata hupataka hisaka Tana goma Jakuma tana kuma
Mawasata uayawa.
Hasawatana itana kumaka tashuana. Otaka takuma takashoko iteshuka.
Tumaya kata kaya. Maya como yena na tumaya kaya na tumaya kata tumaya.
Wata. Tawo mahatai jaka hukara uchawanaka urara kunaka shaka.
Satu kuanam toko anata.
Tuku anaka ishaka.
Moto iana taua matayaka. Motayana toso amatayaka. Kauaka ina na mota. Motota ina ka utama kaita na mota kainata. Muta kaumana toto takaina mota. Kaitana, mototaita kotama itana uaka. Matu kaitana itana mota kaitana.
Tarama suturuaka katuruma chaka uruka. Satanara umbaka. Sananarakata. Senaraka hotan tekio matist umparaka urtaka. Senaraka kuturumasha. Senerkia uata. Sunu kuak na.
Inyana ata ni anan.
Suana.
Kiwaka uaka suwa
Iya ite ayo aya.
Mua. Uya kuya uya.
Tukuate shukua nakautasha. Siwaka.
Sayawata hua kinea
kuaka. Sukanaka turanaka utasawa. Shukuaka.
Huasa iya tuwe.
Techua. Araku tutu tua.
Huata.
Yana tarakera kura tarakera takura. Yutra hatrahia.
Takaru shanarewaka. Tushawaka siwama tishuaka. Tushukun tukushucha. Sishuaka ta tumpara. Hurene kiwaka ta shuhoto ticha. Juana. Tanawata tete kuwata ishawaka tawama. Takawamatash takaw teshmatu kakatash takaw shishima takaine kawaman tiso. Tuma takua nesama. Sumaya. Tuya waka ine.
Sumaya kamai waya.
Nakawea nakashunai. Taya.
Samaya tuya. Natumaya kairna.
Tatushuaka, shuaka. Sanuruwa, chukwa. Tawata se shushuaka.
Ayatu kaya na tutu nataka tutu sanata ye
Asata keneki ya kuwa ye ya wa kana mare ya wa wa ki wa sai ya wa mai kunu wa ye ma kuwa ye ma ye wa kuwa kasu akini
Mamakas arok taraka urutaka.
kuwa sa kuwa iya ka nuwa
Shara kuarna tist.
Mua iya ka nuwa
Haranaru karan tarukos yaram shokora.
Sato akata iya ka
Naisharak orn taka. Nagaru shakara.
Iya kuata puna kia ka. Kauai akua, auai makua punaka.
Nora tarokora.
Maya tu maya na tu kaya na mas maya kuya na tu maya tu na ta kuya na tu mata su hayu maya kuya na tu kata ta sumaya tu maya gir na tu ta 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 shumaya
kata mama maya huwa ya ta
Noro kwas tur. Torakarikwata. Narana kuram jasatana. Shara nara kunara. Seyu sushwa narakash ushwa. Mesinekwaka chakata tu tuchu tutu chisana. Aranaka horana. Neireke wata terikima. Tunurakaku tuturuaka tesheko. Nereki wa maka tuto kotokoraka. Neiraka tus eaka nduku tosoko. Karanu tus aron achoko kotoko sa. Tenek te kurama te santanaraka. Sete chumakara. Taranakus ianaraka. Korunotoraka sentaramago tutokuma. Senere kurana testum narakara. Narakoro nost yorokara. Sniara nakara kost yantarka.
Wakane wikinu kuwa sama mama mayi wa kuwa. Na yakuta ta to atata na wakayi ya mawata. Kuwa ka tuwa iye ya uwa ta iye ya uwa iye ya uwa ya uwa. Uwa ta iye ya uwa ta iye ya uwa ya. Uwa mahaya ta iye ya Umaya namana samahe. Umaya tamata yatamaso yama wayamahe. Sama wayama yumomawe. Yana Isama hugayam vakata sama ahe Umaya tamahe Asama hugayamana yatamahe Asama humayamana tamaya Asama tumataya tamataya tamaya Ashama humayamaya Asama humayamaya
Naranakatus energetes tionoko naranakistentaku sonanakatis nakantanakunte senelakawaka Nata somakate
Umaya tu amaya namala haya we yamana tuna amaya na osama umme yana yama shama tuna numana tumaya samuma shumana tumaya
Nurukuastana kistindaka Sanakramata
Maya tamaya samaya nanatsu aya maya tanai aya nanashai amana samaya nazamaya Namayata samaya mahai anatai amahuama hayasai anamawayana mahayasum hayamatai amanata ayana Azamaya Ashama Tanataya Nataya Kuya Natana
Maya tata ua tata kia wa ye ya ua e. Maya tata ua tata e ya ma ye ya ua e. Maya tata ua tata sua kata ni ya e. Mua kata kua e ya ua ta e.
Asaya Kairanata
So matata e maka ua maka e we.
Ashoyata yata kayana
Ua tata e wata e we.
Sumayaranata kae
Ua ka ua ta e we.
Sunatanayata Shayakae yata Sumaye Yunata kata Sumaye Yunatata Sakaya tanutunata nata Sakaya tanatunata
Ua sata kini ua hiwa siwa. Kushi e ua ka. Kaua sae. Ua tata ua ka tie sue ua ka ua ka
Narahu ine karu nataru ire ke aranaru Narahe nakarun Haine kahun nere ke aranaru ire Anakahun tarahit narakahin nae Shaka wakate shikwa shishawaka Neki wakatane Ichanagwaka
tu ta kini ya kia wa
Tu kakawata tishuwaka Uene kauta ita kaunta ishaka.
Muasata kunie kia uata uata uaka kine.
Shashe anarura kahura nata hinare humaira. Hanara tore na karo teixeira. Kuma careja na corona tenaira. Kuma tashenara kahoran. Sheko akata shua. Takawati.
Huyata kuwambaya. Away uaka
Hara
tupaya.
dua iata uata.
Wakata kuwatata iawa ia uwa ia uwa ia uwa ia uwa wakatu ia uwa wasata kumbaya uwata ia uwa ia uwa suka we aku luka asa suwa kinua
Yakaya makia nata kaya nata. Maya kaya nata katakia takanata sumaya kaya nata. Tumaya tantumaya sakaya kayo tumaya kaya tanantu ya kaya tasa. Shumaya nata tatumaya kaya. Madata kaya ya tatumaya.
Sono saya rasa mana tapi harus seperti harus karena seperti harus seperti mas dia kok ternyata dia rasa dia mau seperti harus seperti seperti morono seperti seperti rasa dia mau pura jadi kita baca dari dia seperti harus seperti mas Kare Natalia Roto Tayara Sakatati Moko Sakatati Tayara Sakatati Nata Tayara Moko Tayara Yama Retia Oko Tayara Sukanama Sakati Koko Kariki Tayara Sukanaya Ake Sukatatia Amakaya Lati Samatati Tayara
Wata warana wasna kawoko tushuna tak orona. Ornarak ostak oko akutstuk okaka. Shatak utstik oko kotuk oka.
maka sebenarnya sebenarnya Tayara Yana Komara Tayara Sapata Tayari Shikanata Moko Koko Hanshipini Tianara Kora Tayara 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 Kora Tayara Omoko Sikata
mawasa
Yakuta tiwana.
kinawa iya wa huwa taiya wa
Shuana kausana husana juakana hutana kuana juanaka.
mawasa kania kuwa taiya maiya wa ya wa ya
Tayara Moko Tayara Tayara Sikata Tiara Sikata Tayara Tayara Iya, kora daya seperti orang itu.
Naramasun narakosna.
mataku wakata
Narnak uramas yarok.
shutata kiniko wakata iya iya
Mata ka uwanata, moto kanita mata u mata, motaita ka, motau mana ta iyaka, Mata utaka inata mote te kana. Kau mata ianata.
Mata tu
Mata ua kai anata uama.
Mawa ia kua
Mahua taka ianata.
Shua ta kua ka kie a kua
Mata ianata ka uama.
Ua ta tu ka ta kini a kua ia wa.
Mutuna ka te nana muta iana. Mata ka uanata. Makau taka ianata.
Shumaya kaya natu mana sakai natu kaya natu su. Maya takai natu tomaya nata saya kaya natu tomaya takanasa.
Mata iana tuku mana taku mana tau. Makau ana tau ana.
Maya tonaya kaya natu nataka. Shumaya nata
Mutuku ana tai.
ayatona to amatu su.
Mata iana tahu waka.
Kuna iwata huyata ta kini wa uata ni wa makua. Yakua suka yekewa muka. Uata kutata kini wa huyaka kui.
Tayara, Shakarati, Timoro, Tayara, Shakaramo, Koto Tayara, Tayara. Yes, the Koto Tayara, the Kitiano, Koto Tayara.
Salitrekiti ayuma yoso e shekariki ayana ayoso e shekari. Aki aya sayuma. Reki ayi sayana rikita. Troko e shayana shekari. Reki ayi sayuma yo troko e shayayi sayana. Kreati ayi sayuma yaso e shekariki. Reki ayi
Sidi nama siti na fi simina siti da sita waswati da si sina pas.
Soya Shekia Yad Ankia Yesana Reisaya Tali Kriti Ayumaya Kosho Trotoe Shayanta Troe Shayana Kiki Ayisaya Troko Reki Ayisayana Ayusoe Shaya Reisayumaya Kiki Yayumaya Troko Shayisayamara Iyayuma Ayusoe Reki ahí sayoma y otro ella sigue treki ahí maya cosa. Roy shayama yana treki ahí sayoma. Rey sayanda ahí sayu sayoma la pranda isa. Iya yaya sayoma. Sayama ya kia yawa shaki treki ahí sayoma la kia. Roy shaki yaya yusue shayama yaya. Kusayanale kisayoma ya trati. Reiki ayoma yayuso.
Sharakus Narawakau.
Kau wataka manata ie koto motoko ata iaka. Motoka itanata i sotomoka nete iana. Nete iana tomoko. Uwataka iana tomoko. Motoko tana ita ie setaka uanata. Makau wanata kuanata kuanata uana. Motoka ianata kauata.
wata wata. Tai atatu nakata kinewa uyata uakae. Kiwa wata wata. Moiaku wata kuniwa kiwa yawa wata yawa wata. Nuakata kinewa wata yawa suata. Suata ta yawa yawa. Muakatu waka iyo wata yawa wakatu.
Suwana waka nisu tahu pedai kiwa. Bata tuka tata kini wa hiwa tuwa hina. Wata suwakata inta waka sana autuku ota chikuopa chinaka.
Tuwasata miyaka tuwaka kini akuata kunaka teye yakua.
No ucha waka chisha waka tututuama chisha wantaka ota.
Suatata kiniaka tunka dane iya uata.
Wacha chua chicha waka. Chagua tata wamaka techuaka. Awaka teshawaka.
Mawasa tu watata
Chawaka nawata chewaka.
Kiwasa kuatata.
Onata chawaka neti wama. Chaka waka naka.
Uwasata kukakata kiyatata huwata iya huwata kumba yewa. Uwakani
Chewaka.
Kuka shikati kuwake yuka.
Iwa.
Sumata.
Uwaka. Wakawacha.
Muakataki.
Ba cheshwaka tishakwa tetekwa tatisna.
Iya tu.
To yaka. Chakwata. Nidiwaka. Nitititititititi waka. Shoko titiaka. Tishi tititititiaka. Shana wa Niki wa Makate Shukwa.
Sata tu tu ba 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 yuku way tu ka tu ba.
Yakawata Ichiwa, just na upataka.
Su
Papa Chukwa, Shumata.
Maku kotor kotor tu ba iya ta tu ba iya ku tu ba iya ku ba iya.
Watakua. Tawamakashi Nawa.
Makau anataku anataya na mota kaya na toma na ia taka ie shetete ana.
Turumaka tetetiana.
Sheta.
Shonaraka orta is taka kuro kuata.
Mota ya shotoko ana toko ashita na mota kai tete okana. Kau manatau ka itana mota uka itana. Mota iaka. Tu ana tu. Mantana ukaita kaukaita taka kautaka itaka toko kakauta tatau ataka
Hata wacha. Wanakakwata.
Motona iana.
Nekiwana, kuntente nekuana.
Matau akatana mota iata. Mota itana matauka. Tauka na mota.
Nada mais sim, tadaba culpa para que chutu turuku nyaraka. Papa para que tu kamada anaraka uatatara. Naramako aka. Chakowaka.
Kota tu papa iyo kota tu. Mama iyo tu wa ku ta
Nama repetish bapa para que de tutur bapa para que narakatatishu. Hara nakuhara. Narakuhatara hara ntukura.
Shuata kuata tayata muaka uyaku uyawa uasaya wayawa mawakana yakafenya.
Ananaka yesema ndara nek ndaka baraka sundara bara isu hoa soak anara os ndara sene ene naka okoron tarikio sakadu naka os ornare kiumaka
Moshayaka kawanatu kamanaiaka uakai natamu takai shitekana kau kanatau kama motokai yakai anatauka itanauka iata kau manate teoka moto taiana moto kai yakatai shitaka umana moto tanai te teoka shiteo kamanato taitana. Motoi kataite shiteo ka moto tanaitaka. Makua tauama maua taiyama moto naiata. Tauka natamo taika. Kau tanaka te kauama matauaka. Moto kaitana shitana moto koitana noto motainata.
Awasata kuatata nai akua e Moasata awa ama awa Mayo Mama ua kua sa ama Muasata kuatata ni awa Bauaka kia Muasata
Sanara
kuakaki Kia kua
Naraka uta
Muakati
ikawata
Nieo kua Kia
Nakunta sinaka
Uasa
Tanaka
kuaka
ostana
Tumba ia kua
Sisawaka Tiana
Ua ea kua Sua ea umba
Tuakara usara
Kuasata kinia kie Wata Waka Waka Kuata
Shawai Shawana Sinia Kawakishna Stutuish Norakwaka
Basa wata tuka ike kuare ki ko mawa
Chushin Taka Ustikaka State Kakwaka Tukwaka
kuta tapunaka kotoko
Chuaka
kayaka
Tianaka
kuyaka
Uata Yaka Tiana Honatika
tua tua hiata mapa wasata iya sata kuwasata iya sata waka kuata suata iya wasata iya tatawa baka takiya tawa takiyo
Sua Sita Nakwata
suata kuata
Nawakatishwana Sitan Darushkwaka Tikamna Chistakat Okwa Shavanaka Orenaka Aspunta Shekwaka Te Shawaka
Tunakata kuataka tiatata mauaka kiata uata hawasa sayata kinaya
Tawash Nawaka Ti Tukwa Chisana Istinak Oaka
uasata
Mataka nataka ianata motaka iana. Notoko toto anata. Mototo monata. Matautana. Makata titana. Mototo ite. Te motanata.
Piasata kuatata uatata iatata muakata
Makau anataka itatau anata. Motoko ianata. Tau anata motaka utama. To.
O satatu sai akata kumbaya wata. Watata uaya katuka kiniki. Wasata suata kieta mawata kunuata eata mawata eawata. Wasa suaya kiwa.
Oh my God. That was huge, no, Wesley? And he still has more. Tawachiwate. Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Good stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was really beautiful and like really, I feel very grounded actually. I know that that was something you brought up, but like it really did help us all settle and calm down and like receive this healing. You know, like it relaxed us all at the same time. So that's how I'm feeling, is really comfortable. You know, like very comfortable.
Yeah, it was like a super grounding, massive, releasing all the physical stored energy that we've been building up over these months, and we just released all that stuff, and I'm floating now. But floating, not like floating and lost in that floating feeling, no, in the middle of the universe, but really standing strong with the feet on the ground. Taku da.
That's why I said comfortable, because it's a comfortable feeling to be here, which is good.
Oh yes.
Kuyata, Kinyawata, some Suaea Kua Eawa, Tuata. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of work done.
Yeah.
Kuna Wea Uata Ea Uata. Yeah, it's super stuff. Super. Lots of work done.
Can you remember one or two things that you saw or you experienced during the journey?
Like what I was getting, like for me personally, I was getting a lot of like, I'm not saying one's higher and lower, but there's a lot of like more evolved intelligence is dropping in, and yeah. There's a lot of work. There was a lot of work being done. That's right.
Yeah.
Then there's a lot of work done.
So, and what was coming up for me was just this like supporting our sisters, supporting our brothers. A lot of that was feeling like I kept getting these images of us being like in this beautiful network, like an ecosystem, you know, like a web of life, like an ecosystem where we were supporting each other, but like all on the same level in a really beautiful way, like no hierarchy, just this beautiful, right? This ecosystem and like supporting one another. And that's what I was getting, that divine energy was asking for, was that us to support one another, and the divine is supporting that, and the earth is supporting that. And this is what I kept getting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I felt that too.
There's a balance. There was balance. Like there was balance in the masculine, feminine. I think there was a lot of masculine stuff running through, but the gentleness sort of feminine then streaming through at the same time, which is harmonizing the whole, like it's synchronizing the two.
I got that too with the masculine energy showing up in a really, really good way, you know?
Yeah.
I really felt that.
Yeah. It's needed. It's like it's need to be,
Yes.
you know, it's they're each are the dynamics that need to be. It's working with them together. That's what I would imagine.
Yeah, but the timing was perfect. Like you guys really, truly, so many men showed up tonight. It was powerful, really powerful. Yeah.
And that masculine energy was like very like tender, no?
Yes.
Like usually is interpreted like a harsh or logical or things like that. And this one was that type of the one we need. The one we need.
It was what we needed, yeah, and it was supportive and it was strong in like a really balanced way. Like it was a really beautiful energy. I received so much healing, honestly.
Yeah, and I hope that I mean, I'm sure that everybody in the planet is going to feel this, but also those who are watching the video, I hope that they also get this new sense of masculine energy, because I think it's very important to recognize this new feeling, of care, tender love, and no harsh.
It was like a caring father, that you can just unfold, relax, and don't be fearful at all. Just
exactly.
Yeah.
Strength from peace, strength from serenity, strength from a hug, like from a father or a grandfather.
Yeah, and actually, Jacob, I was just talking about that today. What you brought up with the father I was talking about the father.
No way.
Yeah. Well, there's certain roles played out today, and it was a bit. I was getting a kind of control thing going on within my environment. So I was just sharing that I was like, I'm getting this kind of controlling thing going on here with like what you brought in there is kind of that expression of, you know, being kuya soon kiniwa tuyata, bringing that awareness that you just transferred through there. Kuya sata kunaka iwa tuata. Big respect.
Takwa dimiti siwa wewa si wesi dawa walitiwa.
Kuya waka tuaka. Kiniwa iwa uata umoakata ia uasa.
How long have you been talking the light languages, Jacob?
I think it only kicked off 2 days ago or 3.
2 days ago, really?
I messaged Wes and I sent him a short video, a short audio clip, and he said, "Wow!" Like, you know,
That's so awesome, brother. So
nearly a week, I'd say. It's nearly a week. And
is it already? Yeah, I'm a baby.
You're rolling through a week.
I never would have known. I thought you were always speaking light languages, honestly.
Because he has been just not with the vocal cords.
But still, my goodness, my mind is like, what?
Yeah, the feeling is like, he's been talking them for ages. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. So beautiful.
It's so good to be here and, you know, part of the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can bring stuff to say certain details, but we can never reach to say the whole thing. We won't be. I don't think that with earthly words we can say everything we see and experience. Taka otas inaka.
And it makes things easier. So with the shift in things in the planet, like for me personally, it's like having two minds. It's like, right, I'm having this thing go, and then a kniwa tuwata. So it's like two, just like incorporating, not even two, it's incorporating much information.
Multiple.
Yeah.
So and giving a break to the brain for once, no? Like calming down the brain and just shut up.
Yeah, and exactly. Yeah, it's like maybe if a cross filtration of information that is even within a karmic unfolding, just bringing in that sunuwata, tuyuwa, 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 really into the quantum and just blend it as best you can, like, and then just bringing that awareness into it again. So, so it's amazing. Like I feel blessed because, you know, certain things can be so challenging, and then you're like, you know, even for me, I would do it without speaking in my own mind. Then it's like, all right, grand. That's like, you know, makes it easier. Like I'm like,
it does.
God.
It does.
Thank
It's
God.
like, it's like we always think that we need to do things. We need to, let's say, process more with the mind in order to reach things and disassociate and link things together and all of that. And with this new feeling or download, is like nothing of that is necessary. Actually, it's totally supporting what Melissa was mentioning before with all these Book of Miracles and this quote that she was saying, how to get there, how to get to that understanding and approach to source, no? And it's really by just surrounding and not doing anything really, and just trust. But the sooner we get back to the 3D world, then we start believing again that we need to be thinking and reasoning and calculating and talking to a brother and a sister in order to get to this calmness. And here we have had a demonstration that nothing of that is necessary. That we can reach raising the vibration together and with light languages, that point that Melissa was mentioning, how you can reach there. Well, we just did it. Everything that she say, everything that she read from the Course of Miracles, we have done it. We might spend sometimes a lifetime searching for how to reach that feeling and that spot, and we are so privileged of doing it together. No? It's just every week it's mind blowing and I'm breathtaking, and I'm more amazed about how far we can reach, because it's like when we experience this, it's like, okay, we reach the top of the top, the peak. And then next week we go to another peak that is even higher, that we don't even know and we don't even recognize, because this feeling is new. It's home, it's familiar. I really know that exists, but it wasn't within me before. Not that pure and that clear and without any weight at all. It's just being in total peace. And that's the feeling that we always feel, that we reach the top and of serenity. And no, there is more levels of serenity, and there is more levels of calmness, and more levels of love, and more levels of compassion, and more levels of everything. And that's the wonderful thing. If we could connect to this point always, oh my God, we should have like an emergency number that we all call each other, and then we start doing light languages, and then and we do the download in terms of a minute or a second. Taku shua ka tintiana.
Like one of those like hotlines, like a
exactly.
You'd call like that, or like even like a helpline. Do a light language helpline that you can just pick up the phone and start.
Exactly, it's the golden number. Tu suati tu itakwa kata isu ma seneki shuntiana. It shows us once again, and we don't want to believe this. We keep running away from this basic understanding that we together create everything. We keep running from this. We keep going back to individuality And it's good because we are doing a lot of work from our individual aspect of ourselves. But when we get together, I really pray for the day that we remember this more often, more like every day, that we remember that we can have the back of each other and don't feel like this is only one path that you need to walk alone. And because these extremities or extremes, extreme polarities, they make you feel that. They make you feel, because it's like a slap. One slap throw you all the way over the spirituality floating in the void, and then you get another slap and you go down to get the ground and you feel all the density, and then you are sort of going from one to another side. We've been living like this for months now. And oh my God, if we really get to this understanding of community, understanding of, but from here, from inside, not from, I'm going to plan this and this and that and that. No, it's not about planning here. It's just about allowing each other to merge with each other, with each other. Hatia shuana ishinikuata shanaku testinakawana, and become the same flame. Hana oruna kuotesh un kiwaka tishuaka nekiwaka teshuanaka wata tiwaka. You keep getting lost in the delusion of separation. Taku ontane tiona, and you all know deep inside that you are the same flame. This is still something you tend to avoid. Kaku otentiana, when you and where you feel and find all the peace that you need. Kaku otestana netikintiana kunta. You've been separated or working separated for so long that it's difficult to get back to understand that we do need each other. But we don't need each other from needy, like we were doing when we were detached from source. This is a different type of needing each other. It's a type of just merging with each other. Needing, complementing. No needing, taking from somebody or someone.
The support.
Exactly. I feel like fitting perfectly with each other, and when we are together, we are perfect.
Yeah.
And we make so easy anything, much easier that we work if we work only in our own. So hopefully soon we can maybe start gathering all together to heal someone who might come volunteer to the group and treat that person more like in a healing collective session.
Yeah. I
Like,
share this idea. Honestly, I've had this idea before, and so in my energy healing, when I'm talking to people, I like to describe that our consciousness and that intention that we set is like a giant sun, and whatever you focus on is going to receive this energy and it's going to grow. And so when you focus on the highest, best possible outcome, that's what's going to grow, right? And if you focus on the worst case scenario, that's what's going to grow. So really, we are like these giant sunshines that whatever you focus on is going to get fed this energy. But healing is that same way. And so when I'm working one-on-one with someone, I tell them I'm going to be shining my light on you, and I'm going to get you to focus there too. So two together, we're shining. Now imagine the power of a group doing that. That's what I've had in my vision for such a long time. And in it, like in the Bible, it says when two or more are gathered, or when three or more are gathered, I am with you. And that is really truly that circle healing with the same intention. And we're like giant suns with the same beam. And it's powerful. So
And the
powerful.
mind is so stubborn that we keep coming back. We keep coming back to
Make it complicated.
yeah, make it complicated. Exactly. When we have the solution in our hands, in all our hands. I mean, all our hands are our hands. Our hands. All we are.
Erin, actually, I'm actually going to something like you mentioned, to a healing circle, and it's Saturday night. It starts actually tomorrow. I won't be there because I have college, but I'm coming, and on Saturday, and it's gonna last 4 days. You know, and people sit in a circle of around 30 people, and it just goes for the whole day, and it's one after another, and intention after intention after thing. So it is magical.
Sharing. That's beautiful.
It's intense. It's intense. Kuasata yuata, Jacob. It's intense, no?
Totally. Absolutely. You feel it. You feel the spirit running through you like an electrical cord, like, you know, in a field that's guarding the cows. It just goes through people, and you feel like even the direction of it, and it makes you flow like Ismail today and his Kundalini dance, you know. It's really strong.
Okay, yeah, so I actually had a healing session for myself. I worked with somebody that I really trust, and she lives in Peru. And the session lasted 5 hours, and that's exactly what was happening. Like all these like electric things all over my body, like boop, 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 boop. And it was really intense. It was like a psychedelic experience. Like
Yeah.
it was a long like initiation. Oh, and even when she was finished and we talked about it, she goes, that was like a psychedelic trip. I'm like, yes, but powerful. And wow, the power of that. So
people say about Wesley when he does them the healing, they also say it's like a trip. It was certainly like that for me as well, one-to-one with Wes.
I'm trying to keep it low key.
Don't say it too loud.
I'm trying to keep it
low profile.
Thanks very much, Jacob, man. Big respect.
Well, that's just the truth.
It's the truth. It's the truth. We all feel it, brother. We all feel it. I know that we all feel it.
It's just the whole. It's just the plan. It's just the way it's running. So
exactly what happens is that for us, whatever we do for each of us is so natural. It's so natural. So we don't give that huge importance. But when we receive it from each brother and sister, because it's just so unique, we give a lot of value to this uniqueness. It is so beautiful.
Exactly. And like what's happening, this is what I was saying to Jacob. It's like this is what I get told is the more people will start speaking it, the more they start base plating. Base plating is I don't know, maybe did I even share this? Jacob probably did. Base plating is actually where the telepathy starts streaming in. And that's where the unification of the information starts streaming. So the more people start speaking it, that's where the telepathy starts coming in, and that's where the unification is actually already is as well. And that's where we already are anyway, as it is. And then we're having this experience as this is within time, when the so the more people, the more people start speaking it, the more they start base plating, and the more then they start having a deeper compassion, actually deeper, and then you could start streaming through the words, trying to explain it. When we start to recognize each other as one, and we just don't get caught up in the traps as much, because we start to develop a deeper understanding that we already knew anyway. And that's what I feel what they say. That's when we can really start making huge shifts like in the planet. And that's what we're doing. That's what's happening. It's, you know, it's like I'm only repeating what you guys are working with. So and they love it, and we're all learning from each other, because that's the unraveling of it. Whether if it's one person's coming with this octave of information, like, whoo, and then someone else is whoo, and then it's sharing that, flipping discs. Like it's like I get Plato or whatever these guys. These you could say masters. I feel that's what they were working with. They were working with these intelligences that we are working with now, and more that we start streaming this information, the more we can start shifting the planet on a quantum level. So, I'm super grateful, man. Super grateful.
All of us, we are, because we give to each other these gifts, and this is amazing.
Yeah.
And when we repeat things with this vibration, what it does to me, it doesn't feel like when we are repeating things in our earthly language. When we come out from one of these transmissions and we are talking or communicating to each other something in our earthly language, those repetitions sounds like music, also like reinforcement, like like addressing something that we might have felt at some point, but when you repeat it and you repeat it, it really sinks inside, it really integrates inside, and it feels great. To me, honestly, if you feel like somebody says something and you feel like, oh my God, whatever is coming through and I am channeling, I am repeating it again, and with my mind, I just realized that it's exactly the same. Well, that thing is also awesome. For me, is awesome because it creates more alignment, more, I don't know how to explain it really, but it's reinforcement, it's growth, is enchanting ourselves more.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I just got, if you might, yeah, because sometimes the information would be like it's a hard drive, so we're like hard drives, so it will just be there, presented, and like she's presented, and then it's like they're going and then there's the sharing of that, and then it's for the whatever someone else, for them to incorporate if they want to incorporate it. But that's why you might go back to it. I think I find it'd be like pinpointing, you know, to say it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's like a disc. It's like a disc. It's like say if there's the disc spinning and it goes. It's like glitching. It's like that part. Like go and share that. Keep sharing it, and that's where it may come back into the repeating. So.
Yeah, and sometimes our programming is so strong. The programming we received in the past, that sometimes this repetition breakthrough. Creating that you just described, Wesley,
and the words too, and then every word we use carries so much emotion, from when you're a baby to probably being in the womb to school to so the one word carries so much baggage, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, like the word school, as you said, which would have different meaning to each kid.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
A nightmare for some, for some,
mm-hmm.
Nightmares for some.
When you do these circles, these healing circles, do you do a proper circle with everyone? Like all people sit down somewhere, like doing a circle.
And
then you start organized. And then you start drumming.
No, he would call. You mean the healing session that I'm going to?
Yeah, like when you gather all together, there is someone drumming or everybody's drumming.
It could be, but it starts with invocations. So they invoke the Almighty Creator of everything, and then it's their intentions, and after that he invokes a Holy Spirit or Great Spirit, and then when he invokes Great Spirit, people walk into his like field, and they repeat after, and then it gets really intense, as Wesley says, because you know it is going through everyone, and it is fast.
Yeah. So yeah. If will I roll through some of it there? So
yes.
What can happen is that the whatever's like, some of it might be collective. So whatever's happening even in the collective, sometimes somebody might even be embodying it, or they might be embodying something that they need to recognize to help the shift. So it can be like, I'll be honest with it, this dude, he travels all over the world. He's in Canada, and actually the people, like even some of the First Nations, so I wasn't there, used to come to some of the circles, so people do travel all over. But yeah, it's kind of it's Celtic, but he's got a kind of a blend. He's from Cork, actually. He's from this area, but he's got a blend of he mixes with some Norse, isn't it? Some Norse. He works with a lot of Norse.
As well, yeah. Islamic traditions. Yeah.
Oh,
he mixes everything.
Sufi. Yeah, and
Sufi. Wow.
The funny thing with me is that a friend was on to me. He kept saying, Jacob knows him. He kept saying to me, like probably 5 years ago when I was in Canada, you have to check out this dude. He's you know, and I was like, I didn't really feel called, to be honest. But he showed me about 2 years later, which is probably 4 years ago now. Yeah, he showed me his invocation, but it was actually a lot of what I was working with at the time, actually. Like I dived into some Sufi stuff myself. And yeah, his invocation was like, I remember to do some stuff which the crew I was working with at the time, doing certain heals, which were spiritual doctors, really. And his whole invocation page was very similar to what I was working with at the time. No, it would be kind of a bit different again. But once I seen it, I was like, oh, whoa, that's interesting. So I didn't get a chance to go there until when I landed back here, which is 2019, where my buddy said it to me again. Come on, you want to check this out? He was like, it sounds like what you're talking with. There's a lot of people talk similar stuff. But I have to say, like, it can be intense for people. Like, it can be intense, and I understand it can be like, but it's there's a lot of work being done.
Have you ever tried, Wesley?
I did twice.
I mean, you being the shaman. You creating the whole thing, let's say.
There was a bit of an issue. Well, there was a bit of an issue because the first time I landed in, the crew I came in with they filled up the field, like, so it started dialing through. So that's the way it worked for me. So I could land into a space and the crew start filling up the field. It starts because of geometry. It starts finding places to clear out, you know, so they would come start to find the places, whatever. And it was kind of, and I had to share with him because I was going to take off, because he said to me, you have to stop. And he said that to me, like, and straight away I felt like the crew I was working with, like, oh, whoa, what's happening here? And the next day then I basically said to him, like, I spoke because I meditated, and they said, no, you don't go, but you need to explain who you are. And I just basically shared to him, it's like, I said, what did I say to him? I can't even remember what I said. I talked about stars, talked about mountains, I talked about oceans. And at the end of it, I just said, basically, I'm a representation of the bird tribe. We're one of the ancient ones. But my own thing, I have done it, but in different forms. So I have done it in different forms. So I'd be super, like, he acknowledged me in it, and he's very grateful. There's a couple of times I went to step in certain areas to do certain stuff. But I kind of rein it back, you know. I'd rein it back. But sometimes I might have to, it's like, there's times that I would have to step, because I just get told to do certain things. But as on a grand scale, I do it in different ways. Like I do it in a different scale. Like I do it in a different scale. Like I do it in, as Jacob would.
Jacob does it as well?
Well, Jacob would know from what what I work with. It's kind of, it's
beyond that, it's incomprehensible.
You practice together this thing in your own?
I learn from Wes, but I don't think one can really reach that far without, because like you go to the guy that I'm going the day after tomorrow, and it's a very structured thing. It's very earthy. It's based on cognition as well as on feeling. But Wes goes beyond that, you see, because he has natural connection, and it's just like most human mortals won't get that far, like in their lives, So it's hard, like to reach that far. I think it's you have to be at as Wesley was saying, that it could be his final life, on this planet.
I don't know. Yeah. I've no idea. This is what others have said to me. And I don't know, you work with the astrology. Jacob is key with the astrology. I've met others kind of ask me just randomly. I used to go to a couple of workshops in Toronto, and there's a couple of women they used to ask me what was my my date of birth, star signs or whatever. But I've came across a few astrologers who've been studied since they were like kids, and they say I fall under a certain number, and supposedly it's kind of I'm running the number, supposed to be running some certain number. That's what they say anyway. I don't know. I have no idea of astrology, to be honest. Yeah. They say
but it might feel, that you brought this knowledge through your past experiences of lives, and
I think we are witnessing that.
Yeah,
I think Erin is knows that. I know that, but from the very first moment we met Wesley.
Yeah.
From the very first moment. No, it's not that something that we have discovered gradually.
The first time I met Wesley, I had an extreme knowing that he speaks miracles just with regular language as well as light language. And and then coming from Ireland too, I think there's something there with this, this gift, honestly, with a gift. And one thing I'd like to say about whether this is your last life on earth or not, I just want to say that really you choose if it's your last life on earth. Just FYI, there's nobody forcing you back to earth. There's no karma police. It's whether you forgive yourself and forgive others that clears everything. So it's always your choice. It's always your choice.
Yeah, like there's a lot of that's a part of my work as well. It's like that's what I do. So it's transference of beings into souls. That's what I do. They call it in shamanic work. They call it psychopump work. I think they call it. That's the work. Well, that's the work that I do. So it's helping souls to transfer back to where they already come from. So if you go into the whole field of that, that's so I'm a human being, but it's working through the worlds. Suno wa iya kuwata kunu wa suwa iya uwa iya umuwa kano. Oh no, kuna tuata.
I just
suka siya wata kunata. That's what you wanted to say, because they just tell me, right? That's why, because that's the way it works. Because when somebody would start speaking and they say, that's when it comes true, So that's what I do. Is on that's one of the things that I do. Is working through octaves, working beyond space time. Communication. But I'm still learning to be a human being. Let's be honest. Today I was doing a job and it's like, it's like, whoa. like yeah, like some of the physical stuff can be more challenging than the working through different fields of existences, because things could be so yeah, things can be challenging here. Like, it's one of the things that even I share. This is one of the things that I share from sharing with different intelligences. Like, we need help here, like, so that's not a part of what's happening. Is the what's being streamed through is here to help humanity. I don't know, I might just make it, it's just something that's what they say, like, because sometimes even base plating media information from having this experience, and like, we need help, like, we do need help, like. And even from my brother passing 3 years ago, that's why I came back here, is yeah, it's challenging, like, because that's the same thing again. It's like, we need some help here, like, we need some help here, and we do need some help, and yeah, but I think we're at it as best we can, like. So yeah, thanks very much, Aaron.
You're doing a wonderful job with that.
Yeah,
with integrating, sharing, absolutely.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've been pushed about books and stuff, but sure, that's the thing with me in school. I was there's little things that I've slow to pick up on, but I think that's the reason for it, because I wasn't good at spelling, even writing, wasn't good at certain writings, wasn't good at maths. But it's funny, because a lot of what I work with is through with language, is through with maths,
geometry,
and it's geometry. So I'm very grateful, and I think it's probably the reason that I couldn't follow it in school. I just didn't get it. I did not get it. So
it was too basic.
I was like.
Yeah, and I've mentioned before how that was probably for your own protection, so you didn't get programmed for school. Like, just saying, I was very out of it in school as well, and I really think that my higher self didn't want me to get programmed. So I was always daydreaming. Like, I was always looking out the window. I remember the teacher.
Oh yeah.
The teacher
Exactly.
closed the blinds on me, because she said, because Aaron keeps looking out the window, we have to close the blinds. And I remember being like, hey, but that was my escapism. But I did escape school.
And then they call it attention disorder.
Yeah, and that was before that even came out. Like, I was too.
It didn't exist.
I was born before that. Yeah, I was born before that came out. But if I was in the 90s or in the 2000s, I would have been medicated. They would have said, Aaron's not paying attention.
Yeah,
totally.
I definitely fall under those, like, I'd say loads of different brackets. I'd be falling under all those brackets, I'd say, of so many things, which
Before I forget, I think you all deserve to hear this from everyone. So Wilma say, having problems with my speaker, working now. So she had this sort of interferences and disconnection and issues with the technology. And then she say afterwards, I need to leave. It was so wonderful to connect with everyone today. Much love to all, and kisses. Tawa, love you all, my brother. Let's speak soon. Such a blessing. Keep doing it, bro.
That sounds like Tawa. I love it.
Super Tawa, super.
I'm heading off to bed. Have a good night.
But listen to the last bit. Listen to the last bit, because this love also belongs to you.
Rock on.
Just the last one. This is from Melissa. She say, I'm going to jump off now, lovely. I miss you all so much. So much love for all of you. Good night and kisses. So this is something that was there for everyone. Tacho Chisana. Thank you, Jacobs. Thank you so much for coming, brother.
Good night.
Super.
And kisses. Have a good night.
I look forward to hear and
Pleasure
listen.
being here.
A pleasure for us also.
I'll be back.
Be back. And we look forward to listen more of your light languages and also the experience of this weekend. Tisho Aka.
Delighted to come, and I'll of course be back and share all with you. And sweet dreams.
Sweet dream, brother. Sakwa Shawana, Chusutwa. And then Luis had the hand raised. Luis.
Hi.
Wow, that light. What a kusho. Tikuatai shua.
Are you a light being?
You have the light like the eyes of this lion. Taku shawati kawatai shiana.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You still have some energy, just some codes?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see what we can decipher.
They changed today.
They changed to different ones?
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. I'm going to make big the screen so you can all see. Pin there. Osau pais nak arak urt istuk tark aukar stutur umak artukut antaka ord They came through in one of the Spanish and Portuguese groups. Is the same language, but evolved, let's say. It's evolved. It's one of these ones that changing the position have completely different meanings. Do you remember, Luis, when one of the girls or the boys said in the light language, in the Spanish and Portuguese, that they look like men or figures moving and turning around, like a little man turning around? Was that day that Mercia was present and somebody mentioned that?
Matanauta matai teka moto taita motaiana. Motoko tai se te ota maota iasa mauasata mauatana uasa. Yes, I do.
You do. In the moment we start listening the vibration of the light languages, we get back to that moment straight away. Takua isha o tai ti akua tata. Inakawata chishawaka. Shawaka is that naka oro to urta. What do you feel, guys?
My cat is in my room and she's going crazy for she's listening to you and she's like going crazy. And like, yeah, Louise started, then you started, and she just started like she's still freaking
It's
out.
It's Lyran. Takuro ashtutora or istuko ark. Ork at istutukork shak ark et ark shak at ork. Do you remember also, Luis, that you say that they are meant to be read with the hands? Didn't you say that?
Wow. I don't remember.
Well, my hand was going towards the paper by its own, like being pulled. Yeah, wow. Wow, what's that? Is your dog?
Yeah.
Yo,
it's also connecting. Oh my God, so beautiful. Sure. So yeah, there are a lot of light languages that we found out in the Portuguese and Spanish group that they are these entities. They read them by putting the hand like this, and it's like through the multiple chakras that you have here. It's like the codes transmit the telepathy. Usually we feel like the telepathy goes directly to the chest or to the brain. But here is like everything starts from these entities, from the hands. And they communicate also with the hands, these people.
Does that make sense that it's like a heart-based language? Because when I tune into energy fields and like look at the way energy is flowing, it's from the heart and down the arms and out the hands. And so if you're reading with your hand, it's coming through your hand into your heart. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. It's part of the circuitry.
Hands
it's the circuitry.
The heart, yeah.
Totally. It's like an elongation, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like reading with your heart, but you're like drawing it in. That's really beautiful, so you can understand it. That's
And it feels that you are reading with the hand, but you are actually reading it with the heart. This is just the entry point.
You're connected, and like just like hands-on healers, they're healing with their heart. It's coming from their heart and through their hands. So the same way.
It's the same thing.
You just see it through the heart. That's beautiful.
They say your Reiki healing on earth is so limited because you often believe that there are only certain feelings that can be applied when there are infinite feelings that you can apply with your hands, like the ones that Brother Luis is showing. So it seems like when you are talking the light languages and applying the hand to someone, you are doing that you do in Reiki with the different symbols, but with millions at once. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a big confirmation. I've always used my own codes in Reiki because I am a Reiki master, but like with my own journey, I've just made my light codes and that's how I've always just intuitively done that. But the fact that was just kind of confirmed about there being so many different frequencies available is beautiful.
There was, I met this African woman and she said that you could actually, what happens, she said to me about workshops, she told me not to be doing, she said you don't need to do workshops. I was doing workshops like this about 5 years ago, and she said that actually what happens is that we do these things, we do all these workshops, but what we're doing is we're kind of putting our own signature on it anyway. So you're just incorporating into your own information as it is. So I would imagine what she's just basically saying is you're going to go back to your own unique system, really, of signature.
Your uniqueness.
Yeah, your unique signature, whatever way you want to do it. Whether if it's your work with this or your work with this or your work with that, and it's all amazing because it is all amazing. And even for myself, I still like I love doing stuff. I've done stuff for a long time now, for at least a year. But I haven't actually. But you're kind of putting your own. I would imagine it's your own divineness is coming through it, like.
And when they are many together is when they are like superpower.
Yeah, definitely.
Super.
And so exactly, so many facets, so many understanding, and so much of everything streaming through. It's super true. Yeah.
Yeah. And when you were mentioning that, Erin, you remind me that you were doing light languages before. It was a long time ago, in the beginning of the journey that we took in the beginning of the session, when you were doing the grounding meditation, the grounding guided meditation, you started very naturally mixing the light languages with the guided meditation. They were telling me to tell you that this is what they meant the other day with you using your light languages when you are doing this new group healing follow-up healing sessions.
What's so funny is I was starting that meditation, the kids are bouncing around, and then I almost heard it was either your voice or a remembering of our conversation of that chit chat, and just being like, oh, I need to mix light language in it. And then right away the kids just kind of
exactly. It's true.
And I heard it. I heard the wisdom. I heard the cue come in, and maybe it was sent from you telepathically too, sending me that message that you received, because it really did help. And thank you for that confirmation.
You're welcome. I do send it with intention, because sometimes I forget. Sometimes because we are dealing with so much stuff. Sometimes, no matter how much I love that particular thing that I need to say, I totally forget. And maybe after days or months, I remember or something. But yeah, in that moment, I did put my intention to
and I got it.
Tell her, because I'm gonna forget it, because I was feeling already that we are going to have so much afterwards. I was feeling that today was going to be massive. So yeah.
And your songs, Aaron, your songs are amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, today
they're
was a singing
amazing.
day. It just, and I knew today from the beginning, I was like, I'm gonna sing, because it was just coming out like very, very naturally.
It's super powerful and super amazing.
So I've been working that into my group healings as well. So doing that, and then ending with this drum meditation where it helps to integrate everything. And it's a drumming journey. Yeah. But I can do it for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and you just lay back and receive it, and it just lands. Yeah.
Powerful, and just so nurturing, and just I would imagine it will help people, so many people connect with the soul.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot. Yeah. If they are slightly sensitive, that
feel it.
Goes beyond.
You could nearly make records, actually. You could.
It's funny, because the only thing that is holding me back from that is like a little bit of a technology gap, where I don't know how to record properly, right? Like, I mean, I do little recordings on my phone, but
I'd say in time, if you start doing that, I'd imagine if you come across someone who will
Yep, you got it. It'll be a co-creation. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Probably. And it's even beyond recordings, and all this stuff is beyond recordings, but
but actually what I was shown though, like, because sometimes there's like voice filters and stuff, and Spirit was like, no, like the tones come out. So that's why it needs to be the frequency without distortion.
You're just rolling through whatever is. I would imagine, no one knows you better than you, but you're just rolling through whatever's meant to, and it's just flowing perfect.
And naturally sounds like Wesley say, perfect. So why to add something, or why to put a filter? Why people are going to get that genuine sound and vibration? That's what they are meant to be.
In person, right? Just as if you were in person.
Exactly.
And that's actually, I've been doing that in person events as well, because I do have a community of, spiritual souls here that they're all very gifted in their own way, and that's something I can offer them as well. So I've been practicing. I mean, it's been a journey to open that voice up and not be too shy, but with Louise's new
oh my God, this is something they were telling me also. Okay. Oh my God, and that was Wesley. Wow, I just remember now. It was a long time also. Wesley, when he does this, he breaks boundaries.
Wow.
What he does is to break boundaries in humanity. It breaks the things, and many of those they were redirected to you, specifically to you. And the message behind that I heard, like a voice, is she's breaking through her shyness or whatever is stopping her back from expressing it all.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, another thing that was like in my lost.
Is the intention, my intention for me was that courage to step forward, and that's exactly what I would have been receiving there. And the healing session that I had with that lady from Peru, we did a lot of work of why I wasn't stepping forward, and I was too caught up on the one side of the spectrum of perfection, and I had signed like this, you know, I will be perfect, but I mean, you know, that was holding me back, because that meant I wouldn't create anything unless it was perfect, which is, you know.
Yeah.
So
I know what you mean.
Balance that, right? So I am like, that is exactly like this time for me right now is what I'm working through, what I'm breaking through. So thank you for Wesley. I received that.
She did.
Yeah. And that again was like that brother sisterhood supporting each other. Like I really did see this very intricate network of like web of life, like ecosystem with us, and this
yeah.
And it's as Ishmael was saying earlier on as well, especially with lads, it's like the women coming in as well, even just blending, because that's all a part of it. And it is the divine feminine, the divine masculine is coming of age. It's always there, but it's become more apparent, and amazing. And yeah, and I would imagine that like whenever you're doing your gig or whatever, that you know, I don't even have to explain.
We want free tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. I am supporting a lot of people right now, and so I opened up like it's like these healing, I call it a healing arc. And an ark is like a really big boat that can hold a lot of people. And so it's like, everyone get on the ark and we're going to do this big healing. And it's like a real energetic structure. But what's really cool is I've created like a group chat that goes all the time, and people can just share. And that the co-creation amongst the group is mind blowing. Like somebody will share something and it means so much to somebody else, and like they're on the opposite sides of the world, just like this, right? Like it's a really beautiful magic. So it's amazing. It's pretty powerful. And this is my second time holding something like this, so I'm still a baby. I reintroduced myself to people because there's a lot of new members. And I was like, but I'm just a baby, right? Like, yes, I know who I am on one level, but also on a human level, I'm still just opening up to everything. So they are my beautiful supporters, and they're encouraging me to continue. And it's amazing. It's
Beautiful.
amazing. I love them. Yeah.
Beautiful.
But I just want to say too.
And it's amazing because that's the vibration you're transmitting. So you're they're the people you're bunksing with, and it's cool that you're bunksing with people that have that respect for you, because it's important, and and vice versa.
There's like an element of trust there, and I really feel like those who they heard the call, like that's how I hear it, like I see it, like they heard the call and they felt the truth, and they came. It was an alignment, right? Like vibrationally aligned, and we all have this. Like we all can be aligned with that same magnetic ability in a way, right? So. Exactly.
And it goes back to even what Ishmael was saying earlier on. Sometimes we might even, I don't know, did you say it, Ishmael? Yeah, sometimes we could be even in the mind, and sometimes that should be doing this. And I'm going to say from my point of view, or should be doing that, where it's already. And Melissa was saying it. It's already just unfolding. So then, the more we become aware of it just unfolding, the more
it's already there.
It's happening. It's already there.
It's more about tapping more than trying to find an understanding, linking ideas and formulas. Is more about just being
unfolding. Yeah, exactly. Unfolding what already is there as it is, and everything else a manifestation of that as it is, because it's all coming from the mind. If I made it this or that and this. Kuasata kunuwata tiwayata uwaya wata waya. So what
they say, Luis, can you see how the reasoning is not that needed? This is my higher self just joking with you. Just saying, like, can you see, Luis, like, you don't need to think that much. You connect with me when you speak these light languages, and when you speak with the heart, you just become one with me. In that moment, you feel ultimate happiness, and in that ultimate happiness, you don't need to think. Remember that. Always get back to that feeling when your mind is playing the trick that you need to find and understand something as a concept. It's always there. It's always there.
And yeah, I like Louis, you're doing amazing, and just it just even the energetics of it, because it's already there, and you're already working with the energetics of it, and it's like the more you work with the energetics, yeah, you know it. Like.
He knows.
Has grown so much, like just because like we connected at the very, very beginning, and Louise, like you're so pure and so. Like everything that you originally set your intention to be, I have to say, from my perspective, you've really, really reached that. Like you've arrived. That's really what comes through, is you've arrived. And maybe you just needed to hear that reflection from me, because I remember you speaking that intention where you wanted to help. And I remember saying, you are going to help. And I remember tuning in being like, you are. And honestly, you've really arrived at that. Just so powerful. And I wanted to say too, these new codes tonight, how you brought them up and said they were new. It's like a huge confirmation, because we were talking about this newness, this new energy that we've never really felt coming in the group too. And I really think that your codes reflected that as well.
Very much, very much. Yeah. My guides are always laughing with him, not at him, with him. Because every time he opens his mouth asking for something, they start laughing a lot, because they say, you are already, you just need to accept it. But it's true what Erin just said, because this is something that we are experiencing practically every time that Erin and we meet, or we meet here all together in the group. Sometimes we need this confirmation from a brother and a sister that works like almost like a seal, like something that provides the confirmation that you need to complete the whatever skill is there active within you, and doubts from the mind are still playing with it and playing tricks at it, and then when you get that from a sister or a brother, clack, that's it. Is the doubt is dissolved. The doubt is gone.
Sometimes I share with people how I still doubt myself, and people drop their jaw. They're like, "Are you kidding me? You doubt yourself?" But I'm like, I'm human. I really do. And even in this group that I'm leading, I'll get a voice message from somebody in the group who had a really big moment, and they had a big breakthrough, a big release because of the information, because of the light language. And they're like, Erin, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just wanted to share this with you. And I got back to them. I was like, take up too much of my time? Do you know how much this means to me? Because I do doubt myself. And the fact that you gave me this feedback means the world to me. And I think that people think that, I'm so good and perfect, or whatever this is, that I don't think these thoughts. But holy, I adore getting the feedback, because I do still need that reflection. And that's again supporting each other. Like if my medicine is helping you, thank you for sharing because that's helping me. Yeah. Yeah, it's that reciprocation of energy, honestly.
We all need it. We
So
all
much.
need it. We all need it so much, so much. Is that if we say the contrary, we are denying our oneness, ourselves, because we are getting together. We are creating that oneness that also Wesley was mentioning. It's like we are getting to that, and in order to get to that, we need to integrate the reflection from the other brother and sister that I was just also mentioning to brother Luis, and it's like that, and also before Wesley was saying, it's like he's aware of how much work he does. We are aware of how much work he does, but he's so humble to say, well, it's natural. It's just that. It's like, and makes me laugh because it's a lot of work. It's something that another being will just collapse after doing like 5 minutes of what he does.
I couldn't explain it. He couldn't even explain it.
It cannot be explained. I know, brother.
Yeah, but you know, though. No, that's what the first thing.
Because we feel you, brother. Because we feel you. And Erin also knows that, and I know that Luis knows that also. Your power is incredible. It's from another orbit.
Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I don't, but people do say it. But people do say it.
And here we don't say things to please. Here we say things because it's what it is.
And it's support. Like that's exactly it. It's we need that reflection. It's really beautiful.
For centuries and thousands of years, they've been doing the opposite to us. They've been denying how great we are, and now we are doing the contrary. We are telling to each other, "Is this, brother? Is this, brother? I see you. I see you." Like in Avatar, no?
Yeah, I see you. That's just that. I see you, and
I see you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It is like it is very interesting because like it's vast, and actually some of it is actually like martial arts is a kind of a part of it as well. But sometimes you might have to come in with certain things and in the unseen. So that's why I think it's kind of very interesting because I haven't studied it. I haven't studied martial arts probably. My last fight was up in Dublin in 2004. And I stepped away from it, so I didn't want to like feel like basically I used to feel other people's. After if I went into a fight, I would basically feel other people, and I was kind of the weirdest fight ever. I asked him, "Are you all right?" So I didn't want anything to do with it. I stopped watching. I couldn't even watch on TV. It's probably the last 10 years since my awakening. I was able to watch it again, but I didn't go back to it. But I have kind of went into places just to do meditations. And then I would fall in with against either Kung Fu masters, Tai Chi masters, like basically the information start running through me, and it's kind of fascinating because I didn't study the stuff.
Yeah.
So it would totally. I come across. I was at a yoga gathering about a month ago. No, it was 2 months ago, and I came across this Kung Fu master. But I just went, it's different classes. So I went in the morning, but he asked me, could I partner up with you? Like, so I was like, all right, grand. So straight I could feel the energy. So I could feel the energy. So actually what happened, he came at me with a sort of lock, but that's the way it's all geometry. So I counterpunked him in the lock, and I just redirected it. So I brought it back to him. So stuff like that, that's why it's kind of fascinating. Because I'm like, oh, whoa, this is fascinating because I'm not studying it. Where I could spend, like I have probably studied from a young part, like from 15 to 60, 15 to 24, different styles of martial arts and boxing, kickboxing to martial arts. But this is different. when it comes back, but when it steps in, it's using geometric forces, but it's still compassionate and it's understanding, and you're not there to repent, like.
Yeah.
But it's got the capability of doing it. It's like it comes in as gentle as it can. Like even with situations like that, I would feel like it was about 3 weeks ago. I came across this like 6'5" young UFC fighter, and I asked him, was he play rugby? I was out with a gang, and he tried to manhandle me, and I was like, buddy. So I just reversed the roll, brought him up in a lock, reverse lock. But I could feel then him start to get edgy, because I could feel his thing, and I was whispering into him. I was like, relax, 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 and it dissipated. So that's the magic of it, like. So that's the part. That's what I think is fascinating, is you come across, because some of it's galactic. So someone's streaming through, you got these galactic moves, and it's got these like, and then you would come across this ancient earth forces. So it's an incorporation of everything. So which is it's fascinating. It's fascinating in a way, right? We're not here. In the past, we probably would have cut heads off, but that's not the way to do it. Like, come in, compassion, understanding. We don't need to be doing this stuff anymore. It doesn't need to be doing this anymore. So that's what I get. That's what I get. But it does fascinate. It did fascinate me, right, when I would come across like highly trained martial artists. So either if they're in the army, if they're in some special forces, or if they're thing, I'm like straight away. It's like the Matrix. I'm like going energy points, like going through the whole years of probably 7 or 8 years. So it's just, you've seen through it all. But then it's just a scene to it. It's like if they come in with a certain move, in friends of mine, like if they're in a special forces or whatever they're in, like I would just see the whole thing. So it's like you've debunked it. You're not trying to debunk it, but you've already debunked it. But in a harmonious way as best we can, like. So that's why I think it's fascinating, because we're not here to to kill each other, like. It's to recognize each other, like that. No, we need
to recognize each other.
To recognize each other. That we're doing it to ourselves. Like we're doing it to ourselves. When it's selves, yeah. Because that's I think that's the thing, is we don't even realize that we are killing each other, killing ourselves. And the more that we recognize how much havoc we've done to each other, that we need to shift the radius. We need to shift it to which is it's tough. It is tough. It's tough, but it's challenging.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny? You say it's tough, and like it is tough, but I'm working with this group and I'm sharing this exact information. And I keep saying that we came here to change the world, but we came here to have fun while doing it, and to make it playful and to make it fun, because it shifts up the vibration a little bit when you have fun while you're doing it. But the biggest key that I've been teaching is that as within, so without. So the changes we make within are reflected outside of us. So if we really want to change the world, we do the work inside. Right inside, and it starts to shift things. And honestly, I feel like I'm seeing this shift. Like I feel like I can see the shift happening.
Yeah, well, it's the electromagnetic plates, the whole electric field. That's what's shifting. That's what's happening. That's what I experience in it. So the more that's get cleared out, the more that's been cleared out, the more that we will be feeling less of what's happening. So what's happening, and we'll be carrying less as well. It's amazing.
It's super powerful. It sounds like, because when you say electromagnetic field, that makes a lot of sense that's what you're working with.
That's what we're working with. That's what's happening here. This is the The electromagnetic, this is the field, like we're working in the field.
Yeah. When I
So
talk
this,
about this, like as within, so without, like to me, I'm seeing it more like a holographic sort of healing. Like I see the universe like a mathematical fractal. And so the big pattern as a whole is repeated and repeated, and like the pattern is repeated and repeated and repeated. And so we're like the smallest version, well, not the smallest version, but we're a version of that pattern. We're a smaller version of the great pattern of the universe. And so as we make these changes on the small template, on the small pattern, it is reflected without in that holographic way. And so that's kind of like how I'm going about sharing that with others, like as a mental picture.
Until they recognize it, so then it's a recognition of what already is. So recognizing of what already is. So the more the other will recognize the other, the more the unfolding can happen. Because then the more the other will recognize the other, the less the bridging of the plates will be there. So then they recognize why would I want to act like this? So then it's trying our best to, because we're human and we're in the field, so then trying our best to have that awareness to, right, this is what way I can do it, but then it's having the awareness of the circumstances. If I did that to someone, that I'm actually putting it back on myself. And the more we start to realize that's what's happening. We're going to change intensities, but the fields are going to shift, like plates will be shifting. I don't know, hopefully, but we're at it anyway, aren't we? And it's the field. We're in the field. We're working the field. It's amazing. This is the field that we're working the field.
You're right.
Yeah. And it's the field. The more we start working with the field, the more that, as they used to say, we're in the world, but we're not of the world, but then we're in the world at the same time anyway. So then we're working at different worlds. So then it's bridging the worlds. So then we're working with the fields. So we're working off different densities, we're different octaves, and it's just like symphony. It's just everything's just being played out, except we become more conscious aware of it, because we're seeing things as it is. So we're not getting caught up in certain things as best we can, because we started to develop a deeper understanding of stuff, saying, right, I see this or I see that, and right, if I do this, this can happen. If I do that, that can happen, and it's just choosing those roads. And then you become more aware of a choice, creator, realities, really. So there's many realities playing over the one. QHHT, we know what, it's kind of complicated. Too much.
If it's thought with the mind, it's difficult. If it's felt, it's not. Or visualized, it's not.
Which is the beauty of the language.
It's the beauty of it's what keep us going in a way, no? Or at least to me, is what give me the drive to keep going and discovering these wonderful things that we have. Is what compensate those tough 3D realities that still exist out there.
And the vibration, just the amplification of vibration that's been shifted too, just from working with it's amazing. Amazing. Whoa.
It's really mind blowing. It's really like if we take 2,000 plants and substances.
Like, how could you explain it? How could it's just a language.
You have to live it. You have to live it here. You have to live it. There's no way to explain this. I sometimes wonder these people or subscribers who watch the video, how many of them they reach this that we are experiencing. No? Sometimes I wonder inside, but I feel that even if they don't do it when they watch it, at some point they will be able to also resonate with that.
These are timeless. Like you have so many posted that somebody could find it a year later after it was, and it could just reach them at the right time. That's the magic of it, right?
Yeah. They told me that this that we are doing, they are archives for the future. They say they might not be famous nowadays, but they will be very famous archives in the future. And you are the characters and you are the participants on this, in this phenomenon. In this phenomenon, that is gonna be like educational material for hybrids, for all type of aliens who coming to Earth, for many children, also humans who need a shortcut to evolve, like to be exposed to something that activate them in a much faster way than going to a school or going to somewhere, just by being exposed to the.
Oh, they called it, like, I was getting the information, it's called an accelerated ascension path, and we are here to build that path for them.
We are doing it. We are doing it.
We do it through our codes too. Like when you're writing down codes, we work really hard to get our light body on and get activated and get this information coming in and like, somewhat understanding it. Like I know we feel it, but we integrate a lot of this knowledge and then we put it into our codes so that the other people can have an accelerated ascension path. And that's how nobody gets left behind. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and if everywhere you're either interacting with or your environment, so then there's a sub-axis of the information being transferred through those octaves. So actually what's happening is these fields are being interchangeable as well. So there's certain things, dynamics of fields that are going on within our current, so I'm going to speak current realities that are being cleared out. So these patterns are as best they can, they become more recognized so that the shift can happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes I question, because there's still a lot of it's interesting, but the energies are kind of being a bit more gentle. Over here in Ireland, it's more gentle, but then in other ways it can be pretty harsh as well. So I don't know, maybe is this the surfacing coming up for it to be like just recognized. So, and the younger generation,
many of them they are not yet exposed to this.
No. Okay. So funny enough, right before the meeting started, I had to go to the grocery store to get some stuff. And the grocery store close to my house is in like a mini mall plaza type thing. And the high school students were all hanging out and they were on skateboards and they were being teenagers. And I was like, wow, I haven't seen this energy in a while. Like it was just a new energy, but like these new souls. And I walked by them and they were just looking at me. I was like, you have no idea what's coming. Cause like in them too, but they kept looking at me like, who's this lady with this funny vibration? And, and I was enjoying I was picking up on their fields as well. And I was like, this is a cool energy. I like this. And you know what it was? It was like a feeling of good fun. It wasn't mischievous. It wasn't like, it was still, it was a good fun, but kind of teenagery. And I enjoyed it when I walked by them and they were all like throwing things and skateboarding and almost crashing into people, but just being goofy. And I was like, yeah. Anyway, I really felt that youth, the next generation coming. And
I think Canada might be a bit more gentle than over here. I'd say probably England is probably similar enough as well as Ireland in ways, I'd imagine. But I did notice Canada, the young generation, they're a bit like more gentle, they're a bit harsh here, but not as much. They call it Canada, they call it the snowflake generation, but they're not as hardy here. I don't know if it's been as with the young generation, but the Canada, what I noticed from the teenagers, they're slightly a bit more, they're a bit more rebellious. I don't know, is even the word. They're just a bit different. They're just a bit different. I think they'd be a bit more. I think they might be a little more gentle in Canada.
Yeah. So like, are you thinking like
like maybe the teenagers over there are more like punk
They're
rock
more
of an energy, like more of a punk. Like I'm not
not
saying, but I'm
not
just
even
saying,
punk, not even punk rock. Kind of like some of them can be like they would nearly laugh at punk rock.
okay.
That's what they'd be like. They would
Wow.
nearly like. I knew Canadians.
Yeah.
I knew Canadians, friends of mine, that were one of them from Newfoundland. Two of them were from Newfoundland, actually.
Yeah.
So two of them didn't know each other, and two of them were in, you know, a lot of Newfies were musicians. So the two of them were musicians, and one of them was a protester, actually. And the two of them said separately, as soon as they landed in Ireland, this is probably 15 years ago now, so it was 10 years ago when they said it to me. And I was curious what the response was, and they said they felt intimidated.
Oh wow.
And I said, what? I couldn't know it, to be honest. I said, I know what you mean. He's like, yeah. I said, I was walking up the road, you know, I landed in Dublin, I thought, no bother. And one of them he's a hipster, so he just said of like, he looked like something from the 50s, maybe 60s. So he had a white t-shirt on, like retro glasses. He had the hair, you know, thrown back. Cool, good hipster. He looked like a hipster. And they were like, hey, 4 eyes, and whatever. They just go with it, like. But when you're in the field, like if I went up there now, like, I'm saying this, like I've been up there. It hasn't happened to me, but I understand it because straight away you're just a different field. They'll be spotted, like. And he did say to me, he was frightened, and I said, I know, but I said, if you walked through them in a certain way, you'd be grand. We know about it.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, yeah, there were like 15. There was like 12 of them, and I was like, yeah, there's 15, there's 12. They're grand. But it's just straight away to pick it up, so to be watching, like. Wow. So stuff like that. We're in Canada. From Toronto, what I noticed.
Yeah, we're really
gentle,
honestly,
more gentle.
Look at we had that, like, I don't know, I'm gonna bring this up again, but we had that big trucker protest thing in Ottawa with that mass thing, and they were so loving.
That was good.
It was so well done. Like, leave it to
good.
Canada to have like this peaceful protest, and I don't know, we were we also have that energy of a little bit of like joking, you know, I don't know what to call it, but there was basically there was a ban on any gas tanks down in that protest area because they didn't want anybody bringing gas to the truckers. And so when they banned the gas tanks, what did the Canadians do? They all carried gas tanks. It wasn't just one person carrying a gas tank. Everyone got a gas tank, and they were all empty except for maybe one or two who were going to the truckers. And the police can't arrest everyone. And it was just so funny because it was like try it this way, and it was a non-violent approach. It was a non-violent solution, and it was funny, like, you know, Canadian, like we are a little bit goofy.
That's good though. Like here, if you go back far enough, like there would probably be a rising. There would have been a rising. There would be a revolution. That it's like that. I don't know. Maybe it will. We won't. But there's so much delusion going on. It wouldn't happen. Like this. That's like it's and Ireland is known as a country that doesn't really they don't take crap.
Right.
But the situation now Canada has done, I couldn't see it happening here. Like.
Yeah.
It's not, no.
No way.
And even Ishmael, you probably know that, like there's probably little pockets in London, I would imagine, that it's probably like hairy. Like I would imagine it's like, when I say hairy, it would be pretty crazy, no? Would you think?
Over here in Southampton, I feel like I am in one of in one of the worst places, really. I mean, if I sometimes wonder why I'm here, they always answer to me because of this that you see when you walk out there. Because these teenagers, when they play basketball with you, they see something different that they never tried before, that they never tasted before. So for the first time through basketball, they start contacting with something that goes to a different level, that made them think and made them transform something that they didn't have the opportunity before to experience. And this is not to say how well I'm doing by doing that. No, it's that this place is really, really extremist. The teenagers are living really in a delusional state. 14 years old, they are already using hard drugs, very hard drugs, heroin and stuff like that in the parks. And you see how they look like someone who is addicted to heroin, but who is already in their 50s or 60s, and they are only 12 or 14 years old. So it's so hard to witness, very, very hard to witness. And then when you talk to them, you can feel the light inside them. I feel it. I feel the soul, but their mind are so ignorant, so ignorant. They don't have values. They are very racist, but not white with black or white with Indian or like that. All of them. Like if there is a Filipino, the Filipino is racist with the white. If there is a Chinese, the Chinese is racist with the Filipino. And like this, all races are like in a stage, like if they were stuck in it's like if I go back in a time machine to when I was a teenager, and time didn't pass here, didn't run. They are still stuck in the same point. So to me, that is really like wow, no, and still you see in the adults turning their heads to these issues. So when you make these observations about Canada, which is also a country that I admire and I follow because of these ethics, because of these values, because I think the ethnics are not these separated. I think in Canada, what I feel is that they are more mixed.
Oh yeah, like huge.
Whether here they create ghettos, you can see where the Chinese people live, you can see where the black people are, and the Indian, they have another area completely, and they live in that area. So they coexist in the same city, but they don't like each other because they don't share really. They don't. It's all like it's like living a fairy tale. When I came over here to UK from Spain, everybody told me England is very cosmopolitan, and it's true that it's very cosmopolitan. But I had the feeling that they were going to be less racist with each other. My God, there is extremes, but not only between English people, they are also between Welsh people, between Scottish people, between Irish people, and you say, Jesus Christ, it's like they still live in these times of Wallace, of the fights with swords and horses. And it's like, what the fuck is, they still have this wound inside that hasn't healed. And they don't love each other. So there is no love. You see walls in their eyes, you see walls. So it's very hard to live. It's very hard to.
So the one thing that I will say that we have going on here, like we have a lot of this togetherness where we don't look at other people from different places as different at all. It's very normalized. My kids go to a very multicultural school where there is kids from every single country in the world, and they all go
to this school because it's a French school, and a lot of people from other countries, they speak other, like their mother tongue is different, but they go to French school here because it's their second language. And so my kids have been really exposed to a lot of different, and like, you know how Tawa speaks French, so there's a lot of African kids in this school too. So it's really cool. But the one thing I will say that is the wound of Canada is the Indigenous people, because they live off on a reserve and they're put off somewhere different, and they suffer. Holy, do they suffer. And I know it's because they're powerful. I know it's because they are, like, they speak light language. Their original tongue was light language. And that's what these residential schools tried to erase. And they did a very good job of creating a lot of trauma. And then, but a lot of these Indigenous kids are going back to their roots. And we have a lot of new awareness now in Canada to really embrace them. But there's still so much. There's still so much separation and segregation there. It's really, really tough. And I grew up in a northern community with 1,000 people, with a big Indigenous people population. And my aunt was a Cree woman. My uncle married her, so I don't have Indigenous DNA, but I had a family member that was like my grandmother, and she taught me how to speak in Ojibwe and Cree. So I know a lot of these words, and I think about it now, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this was light language. Like, I've been speaking light language since I was a kid because my Aunt Sophie taught me, right? And so she is such an important person to me. I've known her in so many past lives. And so anyway, just that medicine there. But I'm really passionate about that. And that's the one big wound in Canada is just, and I'm sure in Australia too, like if Wilma were here, she'd say that about Australia, because their Indigenous people too have been treated the same way because they're powerful. Extremely powerful.
Exactly, but the thing is, it's planetary. That's the thing. It's planetary, so it's global. So there's First Nations all over the planet. Kunua sunua ni aku ata ua e ua e ua e ua muakane e ua ta when sueata kunata. So the laws, they're man-made laws. So they're man-made laws. This information is going beyond the kunua iata, the maoya kuata, kinua suata. It's going beyond the manufactured man-made laws. Suaka nia kuata. So the tribe followed the heart. Suata kinewa. We connect with the heart. So yeah. So it's. So for me, when I used to share with some of the First Nations over, I talked about the people that are white skin, that you know, because basically that's what I was sharing with. But what I used to share when I was over there, which a friend of mine should say that resonates with what the elders were talking back in the 80s. It's man-made written laws. I don't know, I can't remember now, this was 5 years ago when I was saying this stuff, but it's energetic. So it's written, but it's all, that's the thing. These contracts are written. So if we have to go in and start the contracts up because they're energetic contracts. So the written contracts are actually energetic contracts.
Well, what you're saying,
that's what she said. She's telling me that. She said, she said, you're sharing what the elders used to say back in the 80s.
Yes. And so if I can put this into like a different word, basically I heard an Indigenous leader, and she was a woman, and she spoke her original language to a bunch of politicians, and then maybe nobody understood it, but then people took the time to translate it. And what she spoke, she said, no man-made law will override the great law, and it is the great law that we stand by. And that's, I was picking up a little bit of that, where like you were talking about the man-made written laws, but there's the great law, which is that law of the universe, right? The law of source, and that's what they're tapped into. And so she took a stand that said, it doesn't matter how many laws you write for us, and not like bad laws, like we're talking about like these treaties and stuff. She's like, you know, that's really wonderful that you want to write that, but it still doesn't no law that a man can write is over this great law.
Overriding the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just so connected with spirit. they're just so connected with the land. They're like the mother, or they were very connected with the water, sacred water, and just so connected. Their language was so connected with the earth. So when they spoke with the earth, and they spoke with Mother Earth. That's what I get. That's what I get.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're connected with Mother Earth. So they were aware of the cycles. They were aware of the crop. I'd imagine they were aware of, like, I have no idea any of that stuff. What they were.
Yeah, they knew what to plant
They
together.
knew what to plant. They knew what to
plant. They knew how to plant it. Yeah.
And they knew even if there was something that was a bit off, they knew what to shift. They knew what to shift. This is off. They knew what to shift. They knew because they felt it. And then it's like, we need to sort this out.
Isn't this a funny like a funny question, or like a funny thing to think about, is that when an animal or any sort of being that lives in nature, they know exactly what foods to eat. They know what is poison and what is not poison through intuitively. Like animals know what leaves to eat and what leaves not to eat, right? They know what to avoid, and yet we've been cut off from that knowledge somehow, where like if you were to go get put in the middle of the woods, you wouldn't know what foods were good for you and what foods aren't good for you. But intuitively, that connection to the earth, you should be able to know how to nourish yourself just by communicating to the foods, to the plants.
Exactly. But that's just basically connecting back into what you already are, and that's nature.
Yeah.
So then we're just connecting back into what we already are. So they would have had that interconnection of the connection with spirit and communication. So they were able to communicate with it, because that's what they were. They were a representation of Mother Nature. Incarnate in a human carnate.
My feeling is that the Aboriginal, the natives, they were here, and they had this ability that you just mentioned, Erin. They had the way to feel things, the way to recognize what is poison, what is not poison, all of that. My theory, based on feeling, is that humanity, they are not the same than the natives. The natives, to my feelings, natives were here, and humanity came as alien here to Earth. And that's why I don't feel that it's only because of Pisces disconnection from source that the human being has experienced. My feeling is that they did an experiment. They did certain species of aliens. They did an experiment with our chromosomes, creating a new version of humans. And the natives are the ones that they were here on Earth.
People, yeah.
And the ones who behave the same way that you are saying. If they know that there is danger, they feel the danger. If they know that this is something that they can use for something, they just instinctively, they know it, just as another animal will know that they shouldn't eat that, or that they can use that for something. It's us who, my theory is that we haven't adapted yet to this planet because we are actually not from here. That's my feeling. Now that we have lived incarnations and all of that, yes, but this version of human being, to me, is not the same version than an Aboriginal or a Maori in New Zealand, or yes, all these tribes from South America,
Exactly.
Aztecs, Mayas,
Mayas,
all these civilizations, they were the original to me. Those Lemurians, those Mayas, they were the people from the land. That when we talk ancestors language, I feel that the vibration from them is so grounded, in a way that a human being of us, like us, of our genes, cannot explain. So there is something, I might be wrong with this theory, but there is something, and there is a gap there that humanity don't know how this species, how this version of human
I'm
came.
actually getting a lot from you bringing that up. Stuff that I didn't originally know, but I'm getting like a whole bunch of downloads about it. Yeah, the Anuhazi. I don't know
Anunnaki.
Well, this is it, like Anunnaki, but there's Anuhazi, and there's an indigenous.
Anuhazi are another, what is that? Another tribe?
So yeah, but it's a galactic name. It's a galactic.
It's a galactic.
So Anuhazi is a galactic name, but there's also a tribe here, and the mound builders, the ones who built mounds, they're really, basically, we know the Earth is much, 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 much older than it is because we found these mounds that were built by natives, and they're called not the Anuhazi, but very similar, and I'm just not pulling the word through, but they're related. And so those Anuhazis, they're galactic, but they're the original people from here. And those mound builders are like, it's connected, and I'm just getting the downloads. I don't have the words for it.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. There's
So
something here,
often
like
happen.
it's big. Yeah. So you triggered like memories or downloads, and I'm like, okay.
It's there because I feel it, love. I'm telling you guys a theory.
Yes.
But I am feeling the same way that I feel that Wesley's an architect, and that we are connected, and everything that we have experienced. What happened is that I cannot give you a proof. That's why I cannot say to you, I know it, for sure, because I haven't got a proof that I can show you now in the group. But in terms of having proofs from quantum hypnosis sessions, I have many proofs that we are not from here, and that humans don't exist only in planet Earth. Humans exist all over the constellation. In every constellation, there are human-like beings. And we come from these origins. Taka, Shum, Ak, Tur, Ok, Stak, Rock, Tustik. And when they say Arturians, in that constellation where the Arturians are, they are also humans. Just, I have so many visions through people who have the session, and by me having the session with these people, just assisting. I have so many flashbacks where I can see us wearing different uniforms, different clothes, different culture, more advanced, and it's like this is an experiment, sort of. But not an experiment to do bad. It's not an experiment to do bad. Actually, it was an experiment that I feel that went wrong for them, because we went into a direction that they didn't expect it to us to get, and we got into a direction that they are really like amazed with the way that the experiment has developed. So that's the feeling I get from a lot.
So I just looked it up just to be sure, and it's Anasazi. Anasazi is the true, like what we have documented on Earth, like real history, the Anasazis. So they lived in Arizona. So Anasazis in Arizona. And then when you look up Anuhazi, I literally just looked up Anuhazi, and it says Anuhazi extraterrestrial race, feline hominid, Christos avatar race from the 12th dimension. So that connected to the Elohim, but basically the Anasazi natives, they're Anasazi Indians, are best known for their cliff homes. So I don't know, there's something there, though. I just looked up to see what my download was all about, whether it was like,
So,
you
Mama,
know, kind of aligned or not.
Mommy. The thing is that in so many sessions, as humans, we were interacting with other beings that they were like what we call the lions and what we call the other species, and we were in that Egyptian civilizations. We were like all like in Star Wars, like interacting with each other, like what is this guy with these trumpets in the ears, no, like trumpet ears or things like that, or green heads or things like that. We were all together, and something happened there that they don't want to reveal yet to us.
Did you read any of Casey stuff, Edgar Casey?
No, brother. Everything is from from my sessions and from here.
It resonates with what Casey says. Casey said, "Yeah, listen to Casey, Ed Casey." As in,
I know who's Casey.
Yeah. So he changed, like, I really resonated with him because when I found his books, it was when I was struggling with my family and like religion versus spirituality. Like, it was before I had my spiritual awakening, but in it, he was a very like he was raised religiously, and yet he had this gift of like the sleeping prophet, and he actually struggled. Like, I read his like autobiography or a biography on him that said how much he actually struggled with this dynamic of, he wasn't sure because based on religion it said no, maybe this isn't good to do, but then he felt in his heart that this is what he should be doing and that it was good and it was healing people. Like, he was a medical intuitive, right? Like, he healed so many people.
Yeah, he had a lot of predictions.
This is it, many predictions, and apparently like there's just manuscript after manuscript of everything that came through him.
In the States, in Kentucky, I think.
Yeah, and that was
Kentucky.
The end of the 1800s and the early 1900s. So the very end of the 1800s. So way before his time.
1920s, 1930s.
Yeah.
Actually, and Ishmael, he actually, what you said there, he talks about that. That's what he talks about. Actually, I used to just listen to the talks on him, but he talks about that in Egypt that there was walking gods, and that there was so much. What I picked up, what he was saying is that there was so much. There was rocking the place, like there was just going too mental. That the power, I think, what was said is the power was taken off him, more or less. That basically they were just doing wreck, like they were just doing wreck. They were more or less. That's what I picked up. He was saying that they were doing. They were going bananas, like that. The power was taken off. He was saying he was crazy, like half. What was he saying? Half human, half animal, and it was just crazy. He just said,
like Horus, like these gods that we call them gods. I remember I did a session to Naida, to my cousin, and in that session we were priests, healers in Egypt, and we were surrounding an obelisk, and we were connecting the energy. The 12 of us, we were around this obelisk, and we had the ability to connect to the power of the obelisk that was connecting to source. When we were connecting this energy to the obelisk, we were able to talk directly with beings that normal people in the street couldn't see. And these beings, they were the head were half animal, and the body was like a human body, but huge. It's like a super tall, like I don't know, like 10, 15 feet or something like that tall. and massive beings with abilities to heal, with abilities of telepathy, very advanced. But we needed to get in contact to that crystal and obelisk in order to be able to see this parallel reality that normal people in the street couldn't see. And that experience was experienced by my cousin, just like we experienced this reality here. And as she was telling me about everything that she was telling me that she could see in that session, I was there with her, because we have such a strong, powerful connection, my cousin and I, that we are capable to visualize the same thing together. And that was like mind-blowing, really mind-blowing. And that confirmed these theories, that I call them theories when I'm talking about something that still cannot prove unless you see these videos where we are talking about it, and you will see there. I mean, people might think you are in delirium, or you are experiencing something maybe because you took drugs or something like that. But we were just doing a natural guided meditation that takes you to that state of hypnosis, which is not the deepest state of hypnosis. It's something in between that doesn't take, you are aware of everything that's going on here, and you are aware of everything that is going on that other reality simultaneously. So it's like it's a lot of stuff that one day I will write it down, obviously, because maybe when I write it down, a lot of people are going to connect to these books, and maybe they are gonna also bring proofs that these things happen.
Yeah. Well, you're speaking the imagination. That's what it is. We're just tapping into the imagination. The imagination is where it's at.
Our parents were telling us that imagination is BS.
Oh my goodness. I say that all the time, because people, it's almost like a program where we underestimate our imagination. And when people are like, well, how do you do energy healing? I'm like, use your imagination. It's extremely powerful. It's pure consciousness, like really, truly. So like in the meditation with my clients, even I'll be like, imagine your feet on top of the earth and imagine your roots growing down. And they're like, imagination. I'm like, we forgot the power of it.
It's real, like, this is real.
Yeah. And still a lot of people discriminate this. Still a lot of people deny that is something reasonable, let's say.
There's probably a blanket cloud too, though. What I noticed is a blanket cloud. It's like,
I feel the same.
If you say something and they're like, what? And then, but they can change in time, but it just, it's just good. It's like whatever. Jacob calls it, Jacob calls it? He calls it, like, he says it's like a Gregor. He calls him Gregor. He got some name to them, but it's nearly like a collective spirit or whatever. Something's collective that's going on, that you might say something and they either don't hear it, or they find it negative, or else they say you're crazy. But he calls it like some collective. I know Jacob's super like advanced at this whole esoteric stuff. It's wild. But he reckons it's like a collective, and it's interesting because when you see it, it's like, oh Jesus, that's very interesting, because it's nearly like they don't want you to say it, like, but you're saying it anyway.
Yeah. So what did he call it? The McGregor?
He calls it a Gregor.
I've heard that before, actually.
Gregor. No, it's like a Gregor. It's like a collective. It seems like a collective spirit that's connected to.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I've heard of that before, actually. But one of the things that I've been noticing, in my experience, within the matrix, anyway, in my experience, I've been really able to reach a lot of people just using different words. Like I kind of understand intuitively what they're ready for, and I just drop little seeds but tie it all together, and they just kind of open right up, and they can't. I think that's one of my gifts, is that bridge for humanity, where I'm really able to, I don't say too much because then they would react and maybe push them away further, right? So it's just little things and this authenticity, and then they look at me and they're like, who are you? And I'm like, I'm just you. But
exactly. Brilliant. And it's like Ismail was saying earlier on, with those young people that are going through, and it is like they're because I experienced it, like they could be on heroin or whatever, and if you come across them or whatever, and they're just like, there's such big hearts.
Yeah.
You just doing whatever you're doing, and like they'd be curious. They are curious. They're mad curious. To be mad curious. Actually, the ones that are actually out in the streets and they're actually more. They might even feel it more. They might even be more tuned in on levels than the ones that are like perfectly structured. Perfectly dynamically evolved in the human scene. The ones that are like out in the streets and their hearts like they've got so much.
If they will be exposed more often, those children in the park that I'm talking about, they will connect much faster than the one who are settled in the system, in the human system. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and they're rebellious as well. Yeah,
they are rebellious. Yes, I identify myself with them a lot. That's why I feel comfortable being around them, because I used to be like that also. When I was
and they're considered, if they're considered cool, then they'd be more acceptable to say something that's crazy. They're kind of cool. They're saying it, where then it's more acceptable. Or if they see someone who's doing it that they don't expect, will they'll be surprised, and then they'll know there's something more to whatever. You don't have to speak it; they feel it. As Aaron, they're no matter what you're saying, they know it's just something different here. So you're sharing whatever. Yeah, you're sharing your medicine. So they're feeling it, and they're like, "Oh, there's something different here," and then they're curious.
They feel it. They feel it. They look at you like
they know you're different. Yeah.
Their programming from the racism comes up, but they have a conflict, and that's why they don't attack me, because they have this reaction to say something bad towards me. But they by looking at me and by being around, hanging up around with them, after one day, another week, they really stop themselves from being aggressive towards me. So something, without saying anything, they are feeling. And they are understanding that actually I know the biggest gangster of one of the area of this city is a teenager, but he's the gangster. It's like if you are playing basketball and he comes to this park, everybody stop playing basketball and they go to shake his hand. And they stop whatever they are doing. They go there to show respect to this main gangster. Or this main gangster, he had an encounter with me, and he was violent once towards me. He threw me. Whoa. He threw me a basketball made of leather, one of the good ones. If you throw one of these balls with a lot of strength and hit your face, it can hurt a lot.
Yeah.
And he did that from less than 10 meters from the court. So he threw it like that so that he could hit me. And because everybody, all the teenagers, they were training with me, so that what he tried is to hit me so that we go away and we leave the court for them.
Yeah.
So instead of showing him that I was afraid, I didn't show him that I was afraid at all. So I did tell him few words that I thought that he deserved to listen, because he crossed the line. And then he called like another bunch of gangsters, and they came to the same basketball court and they surrounded me. They were surrounding me. But the thing is that children, because these teenagers, they have already children. They are 16 and they are already pregnant. So, and some of them, they had children there. Some of these gangsters, they have children. And so the children started connecting with me. And they started asking me that they want to play basketball. In that super tension moment of violence and aggressivity, you know? And then, because I was just doing what I think I do best, which is playing that sport. I love that sport so much that I became very good at it. So from wherever I attempt a shot, I score. So that silly thing made them respect me. The fact that I play basketball so well stopped them from being violent towards me. And do you know what these gangsters are today? People who come to the court and ask me if they are shooting well, if they are doing the movement all right, or they are, and they just put it aside, all this anger, putting aside all these drugs, and now they respect me because I didn't show fear.
Good on you. Good on you.
It wasn't easy. I was human as well, and I was feeling the tension and the energy a lot.
You feel it, you feel it,
You feel it. Wow, I had this for, I think, 1 week. The energy, I had it for 1 week inside, like that.
That's why it's curious of the streets of that, because to be there, to be there. That's why it's curious. Did you come across it? Because it is there. It's probably a bit more severe even over there than it is here in Wales. Well,
it's more different style, I will say.
Different styles.
But I think if I go there, I will feel the impact from them there. And if you come here, you will feel also the impact from them here. It's like
little things. I suppose I grew up with certain different types of heads. I did grow up with different types of heads, so I grew up.
You know how to adapt easy.
I know how to adapt to them. Yeah, like basically, if I was going through New York with a Japanese body number 2010, and there's a street code, so I used to work street code, as in straight away you'd be blown away, but you just shift. You kind of shift. You just shift. It depends. Like if I was in Spain, it might be different.
Totally, brother. I was just about to tell you that if you come to Spain, you will feel like that lack of adaptation. And the same happened to me. To me, it was totally new, because the people, the way they deal, this gangster street is totally different to the Latino style gangster.
It is. Yeah. I've seen it here. It's different. But it's the same thing again, like even Jacob would say it. I think he had a run-in with his buddy, had a run-in with some Irish heads. He knew a couple of heads that ran into him, and it was rough. They existed, gone. gone off the planet. So yeah, it can be, it's
you have to come over, brother.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I'll be right there.
What's that? Yeah.
5 minutes, I'll be there, no problem.
No,
teleport.
2000, my brother picked up a G-Wagon, myself and the brother over, it was a G-Wagon, picked up a Mercedes G-Wagon about 2 years ago. 3 years ago, no. That was the last time it was over. Before that was probably 2011. We were around London, I had a buddy, he's from Tasmania, but he used to play for Wembley. Aussie rules for Wembley. We went around, I've been in around London, but a long time ago. But yeah. I found London grand, yes. I always found England grand, but it's the little pockets. Yeah, I never found any, never had any hassle, never had any, no, never. I've never been mugged. I've been all over, so I've never been mugged, but I don't want to jinx it. Yeah.
One time I was actually downtown in Rome at night, and I was catching a flight the next day. So I was in Italy, in Rome, and I was there, like I landed in Rome. I had a 10-day trip. I went kind of like out to a small town, and I traveled around by bus. And then when I was supposed to leave Italy, I had to fly out of Rome again. So that was my last night in Rome. And it was really, really late because the train was late getting into Rome, and I had to get a hotel, and then my flight was the next day. And it was really late at night. It was like 2 a.m. And in Rome, there was like you can just go get your alcohol from the convenience store. It's no big deal. And in Canada, you can't do that. And there was also like on the streets, you could get like cigarettes from like a vending machine. So I was walking on this cobblestone sidewalk, and it was like an alleyway on the way to this sketchy hotel, like the only hotel that had room for me. And anyway, but I was walking, and one of those cigarette machines was there, and there was a big group of like these men were hanging out there. And I don't know if they were trying to get the cigarettes out, like they were trying to break into it. But as I walked, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is the only way through, is for me to go through these people. And like I didn't know my way to get around them. And I was just like, okay. And I'm walking ahead, and I've got my suitcase, I've got my purse. Like I clearly look like I'm a traveler. I look like a foreigner. Like I'm a victim here. Like I could have been. But honestly, I like just got my bright smile on, and I was just like, hey. And anyway, what they took one look at me, and they looked at each other, and they were blocking the way, and all of them just separated, and they said prego, which was like go, like welcome, go, go, go. And it was just like the parting of the sea. And I remember thinking like the tension and the energy that was there was so tense, but they just looked at me, and they knew I wasn't gonna like get into anything. They saw my bags, and they were just like prego, prego, and they're just like go, go, go. And I'm like, okay. And I just freaking got the heck out of there. But I really do believe that I've been protected for a lot of my life though too, and just having that good energy and that shift. Because had I fallen right into fear, I think I would have looked even more. But I was like, I'm walking, I'm smiling, like hi, I've got good energy, and they just kind of separated for me. And I mean,
it's the best shield.
Could have gone differently, but yeah, I think about it now though.
And they might have been grand, they might have respect, if female, and they might have respect, even though they're probably just ready to trash the cigarette machine afterwards.
You know what I said? I said scoozy. And I really did. I said it scoozy with like a smile. I was like, scoozy? And they looked at me, and they were all making a decision in that moment. They were like, and they just separated. They were like, prego. I was like, oh God, thank you.
Yeah. Like Moises, you saw the sea open.
The sea passing. I was like, okay, I'm good.
Like Moses. Atua shuaka uta oshutana. Tashaku tatayunaka. Tiana shakana. And actually, Luis, Yalana, they're there. What are you doing, guys?
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Enjoy the program.
Crazy talk.
Yeah.
The television program that we are talking about gangsters now.
Gangsters, yeah.
Yeah. And I was also talking about the Anunnaki and that kind of stuff before, and was like so confirmation and synchronicity. And for me, it's just like when we are about to take another step in our evolution and our remembrance of our nature, and like
it's just light. You're just transferring. You're transferring what already is, what you're already transferring. Like you're transferring what you're already connected to anyway. So you're streaming back through, going back through the original imprint anyway, which is light, I would imagine. So it's amazing.
It's something that is like integrated into our essence, into our being, right?
Yeah.
It's like integrated, it's not separated.
Yeah, and
it opens up a lot of it.
Yeah, exactly. And like you can't even stop it, no? Like I'd be curious if like does anyone actually realize how powerful this stuff is if there is something controlling the whole lot, you know? Does that sound a bit confusing?
No, I got it.
Yeah. No, which I don't know, does that relate to what you were just talking about there? But that's why I think it's amazing with the languages. It's like the amount of information that's been transferred is phenomenal. That's beyond explanation.
But you're talking about the languages of the ancient, like the ancient aliens.
The language we're communicating with. You could say that's aliens.
But I do resonate though with what Louise is saying, that like if we're going to be stepping up into like that new energy, that new role, it's really important to understand like the ancient ones that were here, that were like these galactic races that were actually here, right? I think.
But I'd imagine the recognition then is that could be a part of you. So then it's like recognizing the part of you that's coming through now as well, just streaming through within that moment is a part of you. So then it's recognizing that which you were already that anyway. Yeah. Sometimes I don't know. Yeah. So then it's when we're going to go back, when we're retracing the steps, we're going to retracing the steps. That's why we resonate with certain things, that then we're going back to our connection, like.
Yeah.
Whether if you're connected to this, or you're connected, or you resonate with this, or you resonate with that, I just feel that sometimes that's why you resonate with that, because we're connecting back to that that part of us that has experienced this or experienced that. But we've experienced so much anyway, and then it's resurfacing that as well. And the other way of it anyway is that it's already there. So it's just resurfacing that. So you go up with the ancient, so you're resurfacing that's already there. And everything else overlaid on top of that anyway.
That's what I was about to say, that it's going to be important to know about these things that we were and where we come from, but it's not, let's say, like necessary for us to understand our wholeness. So that's why I say to a lot of people, don't get too much into the mind data, because as it's not completed yet, you can get really confused and lost. And then something that might be helping you much more now, which is to activate your senses in your chest, in your heart chakra, in order to feel things and understand things from multiple dimensions and multiple levels of consciousness. That ability that we have to perceive from our heart chakra, connecting chakras, to me, are much more powerful than the data we can get to link things with the mind, in terms of what happened to us, how we connected to something. And I'm saying this because what I do in the sessions is to go to these pieces of information. I don't go through all of it. I go to these specific pieces of information that allow the person to unlock and heal and activate part of herself or himself. So from there, they can take over and they can start living a life much richer, much full of freedom, and they start developing or remembering their own skills. But I see a lot of people who are so
caught up.
Yeah,
people get caught up sometimes.
They have so much in their mind that they cut the heart chakra. They as they don't know, because every time they dig into something, there is another question that to ask. Then they dig into something because it's really vast what happened, and it's really well covered. It's, in the way I see it, it's like it's not priority now to know what happened to us. I think it's more priority to be sensitive to understand things the way we understand things with light languages, with our heart, with our senses. And then if some downloads of information come through giving us a bigger understanding of what happened, great. That will be an additional, let's say, detail of understanding things better and our origins as well. But I don't think that is essential. Because what is essential from my point of view is to come back to the native way of living, to the native information, to the ones who were here already, because they will guide us on how to adapt ourselves, because we are not from here. So they will help us to feel the plants, to feel the trees, to feel animals, to feel everything the way they feel it. And that's what connects us to this planet that sounds and feels like, to me, feels, no matter how much I love Earth, I don't feel it like it's my planet. I don't feel it. I feel it like it's a place where I have come at some point, but I don't feel like a belonging. No matter how much grounding I do, no matter how much I love it and I'm passionate about the energy of Gaia, I'm fascinated. The same way that I'm fascinated with Maria Magdalene energy, or with Sananda's energies, or Buddha's energy. All these maestros or masters, I'm fascinated with all of it. But I don't feel I belong to.
So I used to feel like that way as well. And then I was shown about like the fall of Lyra and how we fell through the densities, and how planet Earth is the core of Lyra. Like I was like, honestly, like I was shown like the holographic nature of this universe, and how this is the sister planet to Lyra, and this is the closest thing that we have.
Yes, sister planet, yes. But if you tell me Lyra, my heart explode of love and belonging. That every time somebody say the word Lyra,
I know. It breaks me into tears, even my memories of the frequency there. And I read a lot of clients, their soul, like their star lineage, and like I do star seed readings for clients to give them that clarity on what they're coming in with, like their gifts and abilities. And every single time I pick up on that 12th dimensional unity consciousness that they're bringing here, so that we can have a similar frequency again of once was Lyra. And when I tune into Lyra, I tune into like the Garden of Eden, really, truly eating beautiful fruit off of trees, but not even needing to eat fruit if we didn't want to. Like the planet nourished our bodies naturally. You know, like I really have that connection, or wanting to bring that energy here has been like a deep, deep dream of mine. And we'll see. But I believe there's a lot of souls on this earth from Lyra in incarnation here because they carry the genetics, in the DNA, in their DNA, they have 12 dimensional frequencies in their DNA, and they're here to bring it to the grids, to Gaia, to help. So I really have this beautiful, like, so once I felt so disconnected from this planet, now I see it from a different perspective where I'm like, oh, we're here to bring this magic here. And now there's all of us, not just Lyrans on this planet. There's many different species on this planet, reptilians and everything, right? Like all kinds of different species, which is now we're all one. We're healing.
Oh, we are a species like Luis.
Oh, yeah.
And just pulling
That
his
happened
leg.
a long, long time ago. Is that it's possible here? Yeah.
I'm pulling your leg, but brother, I know that I belong to one of the same place where you come from. I don't know where, but we speak the same light language. And when we speak it, I feel that we belong to that place. I don't even know
Can
where
I
it is.
say what I get just because I do pick up on, I read people, right? So like, because whatever. But anyway, so I get Lyran for Ismail, and I got a lot of Syrian energy from Louise. And from you, I see you from Lyra, and I see you going to Sirius and then meeting Louise there, picking up those frequencies from Sirius and coming through the Syrian Stargate to get here. And so I kind of see a whole connection there.
They were this Arthurian talking through a lady from a city called here Bath. It's a Roman city here in UK. I went there to her house. I did that session, and this blue entity started talking to me. We had like almost 3 hours, amazing conversation, just like if we were having a beer and some tapas, talking to each other. We just jumped. We asked all the questions for the sessions, but the lady was happy to for me to ask any other extra question. Yeah. She gave me that freedom to ask anything. So wow, I took the opportunity and I had 3 hours conversation with this Arthurian that in a timeline we are neighbors. So this Arthurian was that lady in another timeline, and me as an Arthurian, we live in the same street. Like that this lady that I didn't even know before anywhere, she just called me because she saw the website. That's it. But we connected from the very beginning. We connected in a very, very amazing way. But the thing is that this Arthurian say, you come from the middle star of Orion.
Orion. Wow.
Orion. So the Orion belt, it has three stars. The one in the middle, they say, this blue bean say, you also come from there.
Oh, well, you've had like many stops. Like I'm just gonna say,
I have many stops. This is my feeling that I have been.
Oh yeah.
I have been.
Yeah. And really all
that's why I don't feel from here at all as well.
And Orion does come through you really strongly, but
Orion is also here a lot.
Yeah. Louise, in your connection though, I really get a Syrian energy, and Louise was in Lyra too. Like I definitely feel that, but this connection with that light language that you share comes through Syrian, and a lot of ascended masters come through Syrian. Lots of ascended masters do, and so Louise, your scripting and everything, like you were once on this earth a long, long time ago as a scribe, like in ancient India, as one of those blue beings that from Sirius, like, and I'm talking blue being like Shiva, I'm talking blue being like one of those deities from India. So you like whoosh, so strong,
so strong. You're here to be a teacher, master. Big time.
He's.
Yeah, you feel that?
I call him in Portuguese and Spanish. I call him maestro.
Yeah, see,
which is his master, is his
and
teacher.
you're tuned into that world of archetypes to be a teacher too. Like you're connected to those beings. So that's that language, though. That the language that Louise brings through is that.
It's from Sirius. Yeah.
Well, and that's where you two like you're streaming it from your lifetime in Sirius, but you know.
Because what they tell me is that when we say Sirius or Arcturus or Lyram, what they told me, these beings through people, is that when we mention a Syrian, it doesn't mean that this Syrian is only in the constellation of Sirius. So at some point, somehow our technology went so advanced that we are spread all over the constellations of what we consider the universe. So sometimes humans confuse this thing about, no, you cannot possibly be Arcturian. Yeah, I have origins from Arcturian, from Arcturus, but I was living in Sirius. So this thing, and so that we were like Star Wars, just what we were saying. It's like a green bean talking to another humanoid talking to another one that looks like a potato, and another one that looks like a frog, and like that, just like Star Wars. So we are so mixed. We are so we have changed so often that an Arcturian, after living for a long time in Sirius, is called already a Syrian. But in the origins, if you go to the grandmother, they will call me Arcturian because I'm blue. But they don't discriminate that like we do in Earth. They just accept each other like Syrians, because no matter if I'm blue and he's pink, it doesn't matter. And also with dolphins, we had telepathy in Sirius. I had an experience doing a ritual with other priests in Sirius, where the dolphins we were just going into the seaside, and the dolphins were coming like just by listening to our call from the heart. Not even talking, not even singing. Multiple amounts of dolphins, thousands and thousands of different colors, and their colors were not like the dolphin on Earth. They were translucent, and some of them were like fluorescent type of purple, fluorescent type of green, fluorescent, but they were very similar to the dolphins here on Earth. They were just multicolors, and we didn't need to talk. We just feel each other, and that's it. And so yeah, when with Brother Luis, it's like I can pull his leg, but at the end of the day, I feel all the time that I come from the same place where he comes from, wherever that is.
You're amazing.
Mutuana kaia tasua mata iana to kumana te kaiana.
And we talk multiple languages. We activate in each other different languages that maybe I don't talk to other people in the group, but with him, he stimulates that on me, that makes that language to come through.
Yeah,
it's amazing. So obviously, I want to discover and explore more about our origins and all of this, because I find it fascinating. Now, I'm not gonna let that control my mind the way that it's controlling humanity, because it's controlling. People are missing the main point about sense and feel first. Be human first instead of put so much
I was gonna
data
say
in the
that,
brain.
like, that's kind of a bit of my issue with star seeds, the term, and the way people understand it. It's just like it's super valid, super interesting, but if you become like a
Obsessed.
cheerleader,
Yeah.
you know, obsessed, and like you said, like, oh, I'm only this, I'm only that,
No, you're
and that's my team. Like, you know, I'm a cheerleader for the Arcturians, you know.
Yeah, that to me really, I find this so out of line. Why you are? How can you consider yourself only light? And when every time I ask in the quantum sessions, they say that we've been incarnated like thousands and thousands and thousands of times, but not only in this planet, in all type of even incarnated, not incarnated, just being angelic beings or other beings which are another energy from another realm. So I find that these people, when they explore this information, they limit their minds so much about what truly is behind, which is infinite. Is a sense of infinite. We've been as many beings as we have wanted. Like Erin said before, she say, if you want to come again, you come. If you don't want to come, you don't come. If you want to become an Arcturian, you will experience Arcturian again. Or if you want to be a dolphin from Sirius, which is blue, like the LED blue from the cars, you can be one of these amazing dolphins. So we have been anything we wanted. And that's what make us, my sense is what I sense, like that's what make us God to me.
So I have a lot of I don't know how I understand it. I do know how I understand it. I've been in training for like the past 2 years. Like when I go to sleep at night, I wake up in a night school. And so the way I've been taught by these beings is that we are multidimensional and we exist in every single dimension, from the first dimension all the way to the 15th dimension. Which means you are every single dimensional being that we claim are, star seeds and whatnot. And I do starseed readings for people, and never is there just one. Never is there one. There's multiple all the time, and it maps out a whole story, usually about like where they've been. But basically how I see it is that I don't get attached to the Lyrans or whatever, but I do know that I can access the gifts of my Lyran incarnation. I can access the gifts from my Pleiadian incarnation. That's how I do energy healing. So I am integrating different pieces of me to be in this physical body here and now. And
but you do it here. You do it here.
Yeah,
you don't do it like a data that you process in your mind.
The thing is I do kind of have a data. Like it's both.
Yeah, but you know what I mean with data, no?
I do.
One thing is data, only data, and another one is the data that Wesley talked about.
Yes.
That type of data that is.
So how I see it is that I'm remembering different skills that I've already had from higher dimensions, and I'm able to really integrate it here so I can speak to people. That's part of my mission here is I have a speaker's contract to actually put words to a lot of these things. So yes, for most people it is to feel it, but my specific job is to have it integrated in a way that I can speak it out and actually like teach people. That's part of my mission here. And so that's why I say I'm more of an oracle, because I don't necessarily channel other beings, but I definitely remember things from my higher dimensional versions of who I am. And so I kind of bring that through, and I have to integrate it because it's the only way I can give it over to other people. And that's really what I'm here to do, is to piece together this, whatever it is. I know it's vast, but there's a lot inside our DNA. So how I see it is that
we have 12 strands of DNA, and there's some beings now that have 24 and 48 strands of DNA, which is freaking amazing. But when you think about the 12 strands of DNA, each strand of DNA correlates with another dimensional version of who you are. So that as you activate each strand of DNA, you will access these memories from your higher dimensional
I
plane.
had this hypothesis as well.
Someone like Louise, you were born with your 6th strand of DNA already online, because that's from the Syrian. So already when I see a soul that's come through the Syrian Stargate, I know already their 6th strand of DNA is on, and therefore I know that their 6th chakra is already pretty much online. So like when you were a kid, you probably had a lot of vivid dreams and a lot of visions that you couldn't really piece together, and that's partly to do with your activation, with your DNA activation and that connection to Sirius. But anyway, so I see.
Erin, you need to do this more often.
I see the chakra.
You need to do this. Can you feel the same thing I'm feeling from Erin, or you are not, guys? Can you see how much into her alignment she is when she's talking about this? It's like you become a.
You'll be helpful for teenagers. You'll be helpful for teenagers. For the hormones going up.
For sure.
Yeah, you'll be helpful for teenagers. Ishmael, you're funny. I was laughing at you actually, in a good way. And actually, Louise, the two of you actually, Louise and Ishmael, you bounce off each other. So you're transmitting a lot of joy. That's important. And I think that's what you're transferring in. You're transferring a lot of joy, a lot of fun, Ishmael, and Jesus, I'm gone. I'm totally gone. Louis, that's lots of joy, man. Yeah. No, teenagers, they love that. They will love all that stuff. They will love all that. Especially to be curious, like what's
you know what's funny is that that interview with that Jeff Mara guy. So I said this kind of stuff on that interview. I talked about all this crazy stuff. Actually,
I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him.
So he's a man on YouTube who has like I don't know, there's channels that are pretty big. So he has about like 50,000 followers.
Yeah. Is he some connection with some aliens or something?
No, he just does near-death experiences. He interviews people who have had near-death experiences, and through their near-death experiences, people watch that, and you can really piece together a lot based on what people experience in a near-death experience. So that's what he focuses on. I had a divine alignment with him, and it all kind of clicked. So what happened is I went to sleep. I had a dream that it was his face and my face in a Zoom meeting, and I could see his name, Jeff Mara. And when I woke up, I Googled his name, Jeff Mara, and he was a real person. So I sent him a message. And I said, Jeff, I had a dream about you, that we collaborated. Let me know someday if you'd like to do that. And I'm thinking months in advance, right? Months? No, same day, same night. Hi, Erin, are you free right now? I had a cancellation. I'm like, right now? Do what? And I didn't have time to prepare, and within 2 seconds. So I sent him that message in the morning, and by dinner time, I was having an interview with him. And then I spoke with him for over an hour, or maybe an hour, and that went on YouTube, and it got 40,000 views, and everything just exploded from there. And all the emails I received were not teenagers. The majority of my clients are the second waves of volunteers. They're all in their 50s, and they're questioning everything, and my information resonated with them, and I had people who are from Catholic religions and Muslim religions and all over the world message me saying that I know, and I think it's because of the way the information came out. Like, honestly, I do transmissions, and so everyone who knows me, they're like, something higher was speaking through you. And I'm like, yeah, like, obviously I don't have all that knowledge all the time, but when it's needed, it comes through. And so because Jeff was great at asking questions, we got into some pretty deep questions, and he just kept asking, like, he asked like where we go when we pass on. I'm like, whoa, does Aaron know that? No. And so all of a sudden, this higher piece that did know the answer came through and really started to discuss dimensions and densities and describing them all. And it was kind of nuts and then after that happened, I was like, oh my God. And I was so like shook. I was like a little bit afraid because I was like, I put out this crazy interview and now I gotta I have to like stand by it.
You have to face it, no? You have the responsibility to respond.
I wanted to hide.
You do the same thing. You just basically just speak. Whatever comes out, just do the same thing. So that's all it is. You just speak. It's no logical mind, just speak.
Yeah. And then to have someone ask you questions and you're just like, and what about this? And it just all came out. And a lot of it was about the ascension on this earth, right? And why we're here and how do we heal this planet? And so that was really, really cool.
So I take back what I said before, and what then I can amend now by saying what I said before. So the way I want to say what I try to say is that so far I have seen a lot of sources that they haven't been really let's say like the right sources. So I see that there are sources of information like you that they don't help, they confuse people more. This is what I was trying to say with that data, because when you were talking straight away, I got like frozen and I say, no, I'm not talking about that data that you are providing. I'm talking about another data that confused people and made them feel more lost than they are.
Yes, and it's hard.
They made them get in like patterns where they get lost and happen things being like a double personality issues with the mind. They get lost. They are not grounded. We have a case of this with a person that you know, and I think we should keep that confident because she might not want to people to know that we are gonna treat her. But the thing is, these people are full of this information, and this information didn't do any good to their minds because they dropped things like this. It's not about having someone who is responsible in front of them, who give them with accuracy what happened. That's different. To be in your presence, Erin, feeling what you were doing a few minutes ago. If you ask me, would you put a teenager in front of you? Straight away. Now, in all the other people I have met before talking about these things like in pieces of information, I don't recommend that because make people get very, very bananas. They get bananas. They really get crazy. They really get crazy because they don't know how to adapt here on Earth, and they have more confusion in their minds.
I teach them how to bring it all down and why it matters here. Why does all
this? Yes, love, because you do it from the foundation. You do it from.
Yeah, I make people cry. Well, not. I don't make people cry, but so many times people have these tears of truth because they finally, like, I went to a sauna, that float that I was telling you about. I go to a float place, a sauna place, and there's a girl there who works and she does massage and she does a little Reiki. And then I was telling her a little bit about my work, and I said, like, somebody who comes from the Pleiades, a lot of times they're empaths and they connect with animals and natures and kids, and they heal with their hands and they heal from their heart and out their hands. And she just burst into tears because that's where she was from and she knew it. And it put together what she was doing in this life. And in this life, she was a Reiki massage therapist. So it just resonated as truth to her. And all of a sudden, like, she was just like, oh my gosh. And like, I guess the amount of
resonance and the chills that they feel running through their body, it activates them. Like as you can piece this together for them about what they're working with here on this earth, right? Like what are you coming into this incarnation with? Because you're carrying this frequency with you. Yeah, and so it helps you understand what's your.
Of course, it's important if you give it in order the way you do it.
This is it. It's
making sure that they are.
Yeah, it's a
anchored.
And a lot of people are regular 3D people. People who come to me don't even know what a chakra is, and it's so cute. It's so cute. I have to like explain to them. I'm like, okay, well, this is the light body. These are the chakras. I'm going to read your chakras. Every chakra correlates with a higher dimensional version of who you are. So every time I read your chakras, I'm going to get a different piece of you. And all the upper chakras are all that soul lineage, the star lineage. From the heart down, it's all this incarnation. What are you carrying in your emotional body, in your mental body, in your physical body? What happened here? Or ancestor stuff is down here too, right? So it's just kind of like, what are you working with? And it's a very complete, total thing. And it came to me through remembering what I could do. And like, honestly, and I don't know anybody else who really has this modality of healing where you can read someone from top to bottom. And I start at the crown and I work my way through their physical system because now I'm grounding their higher self. I clear the backs of the chakras, like decluttering their home so they can actually fit and integrate into their physical. So I am specifically trying to get people in there.
I feel that there are a lot of people in the world trying to play what you do. Playing, not doing with responsibility.
Right, responsibility is the word. Mm-hmm.
And with care, and making sure that the person doesn't get nuts.
Oh yeah, like most people just do a starseed reading and you're just doing this on the crown and then you just leave them wandering with all of this wide open.
They get fucked up, honestly. This is the people I receive, love. That's why I'm talking. That's why I say. That's why you might have had the feeling that I am like against this data.
No.
It's not against the data itself. It's about the way they provide the data and they educate them.
It put their starseed, whatever reading that other people are doing, it puts it up on a pedestal, and then people like want to escape and leave their body and go to that pedestal lifetime.
And they deny their human side.
Right.
And
so I speak about what's happening in our reality, why you chose to incarnate here. Like I literally bring them to the point where they were when I'm reading someone, I can see them as like a soul choosing to come to earth and what that would even feel like to them, like making that choice of why they would want to be here and bringing them through that whole process. It's very, very cool. But you know what else is very interesting? How often I repeat information to individual clients. Like I swear, it's like the same story on repeat where I'm like, I get a few different energies here and there, but I get a lot of the same story. So a lot of us on this planet have the same sort of story going. But yeah, it's interesting.
So the things has changed now, Luis. now I can tell you, if your mind get activated in any way in wanting to know more, you have the person here.
There you go. So this is,
yes, I can tell you there is a person that you can go and you can keep asking
you're well cared for. And that's what people got a taste of in that Jeff Mara, having an hour of this kind of a talk. That's where they were like, whoa, you. People who had never resonated with galactic starseed anything, and here I'm talking about aliens, and yet they're showing up and they want to know more. And they're all they're like my parents. Like I'm treating my parents. It's very interesting. And then I have that gift of meeting them where they're at, right? So then I can, based on yeah, it's really cool. I love what I do, to be honest. But I'm one of 26 people on this planet that has this speaker's contract. That is supposed to bring back this, like to actually have the database. That's the thing, is that not everyone's supposed to like have this database. It's you are supposed to feel it. Not everyone can. Do you know how difficult this has been? Like I'm talking completely insane, and I'm a mom with 3 kids, and it's the kids that keep me grounded. It's the kids that keep me in my body so I can actually integrate. But I have to be leading by example, because I am integrated all of this stuff into my body.
Today I understand you 1,000 times more, Erin.
Right?
Today I understand you 1,000 times more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's because you show it.
Yeah.
You got naked here.
Yeah.
You got naked here in front of 3 guys.
Oh, thanks. You're so funny. But we were talking about the word naked is taking us and showing our authentic selves. Yeah, authentic.
I haven't seen you connected as you were connected like 15-30 minutes ago.
Yeah, well,
when you get to see and to experience a person in that high vibration, bringing information so fast, you cannot doubt about and I personally I cannot doubt, because it's not only data is what I'm receiving. I'm feeling you.
It. That's what happened to everyone. They feel it, and yeah. And so now my next step is getting over the fear of how many people can feel that. And now, because now it's like I have a little bit of like mixed signals that I'm sending out to the universe, because yes, I want to be available. Yes, I want to share this information, but having so many people be like ready like wanting that time and space with me, it's very hard, because now I'm pushing it away. But this last couple weeks is what I'm integrating to really step forward and go on, right? So it's a lot. Like you can imagine when you kind of finally figure things out, what you're supposed to be doing, you kind of want to hide.
I think something that you and I we have talked already that we are going to do has a lot to do with this.
I agree. Yeah.
There is a complementary thing there that we might not see it as a whole just now, but we will see it as we go on. Because I had this side, you have the brother.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna rock and roll. Super job, Erin. As I say, you'd be good to explain it to whatever you're explaining, and whatever's gonna happen will happen. So just trusting it. That'd be super. Brilliant
That's it.
stuff.
Like it's a very natural process. You can't resist it. That's
and the more you can let it flow, the more it'll, the more naturally come, I'd imagine.
Sorry, brother. Do you in a way do the same that Erin does, talking to people and telling this data and information?
I just let stuff flow. So people ask me, where do I learn the stuff? This just flows like so.
Yes, but is it usually about extraterrestrials and things like that? Or yours is more in
I've shared everything.
Metaphysical.
Metaphysics talked about a lot of like a lot of what I would shared of would be kind of to be universal laws, would be beyond the universe. It's just vast. It's vast. Yeah, it's interchangeable.
When you say that you're one of the ancient ones, I do get that from you as well. Where I remember there was a couple times you were.
I don't know if even one of the ancient ones. I can't put myself in anything.
No, I understand that, but what I mean is like this thing that's coming through you is an ancient frequency. It's very primal.
Yeah.
And what I want to say about that is like one time you were speaking and you were saying about how the original people, they knew they were the rocks, they knew they were the trees, they knew they were the animals, and so they could speak to the animals and they could speak to the trees and they could speak to the rocks, and you were just flowing like that. But when you were giving up that information, it was almost like tears of resonance for me, because I understood how telepathy is possible, is that that unity with the land, with the earth. But that to me is very ancient primal knowledge that's deep within this earth.
Yeah, like the First Nations used to ask me how who taught me, like if I landed in a whatever, or some people used to ask me who taught me this. Was it your mother or your father? They taught me stuff, but they didn't teach me what I'm speaking of. But it would be that, but then it would be a galactic coding, but then it'd be beyond that, and then it'd be beyond that, and then it'd be beyond that, and then beyond it. Yeah. Your
ties to Celtic stuff too, like just
you being connected to Ireland is really powerful.
That, but beyond that, then again, so that's just a part of it. So if you go back to the Egyptians, that's a part of it. And you go back to this,
that connection between Ireland and Egypt. Have you heard about that? How like a lot of the people
that same thing again though, because it's streaming. So then it's streaming from many places. So then I can't really say one thing. Puasata, Seniwata, Ewa. So basically the way the encoded of the information used to run, we used to run through rivers, we used to run through mountains, and we were able to work through the fabric, because that's when they would say the shapeshifters, they would say these interlacing beings that are connected through many systems, star systems that were running through, we're running through everything really, but that's actually connecting back into the original pharma, which was light. Everything is a manifestation of light. So if you really go back to the pharma, what I will work with, it would be light. Everything is a manifestation of light, and I am just that manifestation within the carnage. I'm aware of that. How we were able to speak with everyone, speak through us, is because we were already working with light. The light runs through everything. Light is everything. The original form is light. Kua. Say it. Can I call myself anything?
He said that I am funny. And you?
So basically, the format of what I would work with would be light. So I could say this, I could say that, I could say this. No, I'm not dissing any of it, because that's what it is. It's just a manifestation of that, and that's what it's back to the light. Come from the light, return to light. We are the light, and then that's what I work with. I work with the light.
There are many sessions when I have asked what the person is asking. I am Arturian, I am Lyran, I am this and that, and the answer from the higher self is you are light. Sometimes they give the answer, you are light, and you were light, created in the very beginning as light. Then you have changed form and experiences and whatever.
Manifestation.
But in essence, you are the light.
We are the light. We come from the light, we return to the light, we are the light. And everything else is just an experience, everything is a manifestation of it. That's just that's what they say. I don't know, what do I know?
No, it's absolutely true. Like, so there are so many different layers of truth, and absolutely, that is a layer of truth. Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
and
from my
whole
experience.
incarnation thing is a layer of truth. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right?
So
like, it depends what perspective you're looking at it from.
Yeah. So for me to speak, I'm speaking from, there's many different places at the same time. So if you take it all apart, it's all the same thing anyway.
Absolutely.
So everything's just a manifestation of the same thing, except we're starting to recognize it. So then what it is just, and it goes back to what I shared earlier on about the martial arts and our wars. We go through this, and so until we start to really understand this, what we're doing to another. And that's what I feel that what I'm running through anyway, is that we're bringing an awareness, and it's from, and it's funny because Ismail was talking with the foundation. That's what I'm putting in the morning, as I'm putting in the foundation. So it's coming from the roots up, so it's going back to the original farmer. It's the light. So katuata kiewa thanks, Lewis, for
I have to go and put my kids to bed.
Thanks very much.
See you guys. See ya.
Hey,
thank you.
Thanks. You're awesome. Piso Kowaka.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. That was a lovely
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.